welcome everyone. I'm doing a tier list, and if you didn't see the title, I am ranking all of the Honkai Star Rail characters based on how accurate their character kit is to their lore. And by character kit, I mean their actual in-game abilities and passives and all that fun jazz. Started from physical, MC, all the way down to Lingsha. And yes, I may be recording this in 2.4 right now, but we have the 2.5 special program, therefore we do have information on their kits. So therefore, I'd say I can realistically rank the 2.5 characters, although there may be some passives that I am unaware of for certain characters, like Lingsha. Just want to note that for anyone who watches this after 2.5. Let's get this started now, shall we? Physical MC. And I'm going to actually use the in-game stuff because it's more readily available for me. So let me go to Style. So physical Style is physical destruction, as obviously you can tell with the bat and everything. Well, you can't see the bat, but he has a bat. Well, let's talk about her abilities. So we're actually going to go to her traces because this is where you see most of her abilities. So that's what we're going to look at. For certain characters, I may talk about Eidolons. So with Stell, I think Eidolons are pretty important. You do get them for free. So I will be talking about the Eidolons for MC. But for everyone else, I'm likely not going to touch Eidolons when we could talk about their character kits. But yeah. Physical MC is very simple. Like, literally, it's very simple. It's just bonk. And yes, I'm aware that you guys are seeing that I don't level up physical style because I played this game because I wanted fire style. and I really like the memes, but I knew physical style was bad, therefore I didn't bother building physical style at all. But yeah, basic attack is just a basic attack. Skill is a better attack, and it's a blast. Ult lets you do the same thing. You can do bigger bonk, or you can do bigger AoE bonk. And then talent is when you inflict weakness break on an enemy, you get attack. They're pretty simple, I'm gonna be honest. Like, this is kind of the name of the game. You kind of just want to do weakness break so you can do more damage, do like a ton of damage. It's great. Get 15 energy at the start of battle. When you use skill or ult. I assume this is the AoE one, yeah. The AoE version of this, of the ult, then you will do increased damage to the target that you're doing. And then this one increases your defense when you get stacks of your talent. I'm gonna be honest, I've said this many times before. I'm not a fan of I think everyone, this is not a hot take or anything, it's like the coldest take in the freaking universe. Physical still sucks as like a unit. And I wish this character felt more like a jack of all trades. Also, a technique is also, I guess, somewhat important for this as well. Heals every ally by 15% of their max health when you use technique. And then because we're at this topic, Eidolons. Because it's MC, I will talk about Eidolons. Everyone else, I'm not gonna do that for. But E1, when you defeat an enemy with ult, you get 10 energy, and it can only be triggered once, so you basically get 10 energy when you kill an enemy. E2 is when you attack an enemy with physical weakness, she gets healed, just fine. Got the bruiser. Like, she is a destruction unit, so like I generally expect like bruiser behavior. And what I mean by that, for those of you who don't know the like those kinds of terms, that means Bruisers are a character that does damage, but at the same time can sustain themselves. And that's what I mean here. When I say bruiser, heals herself, does attacking, so that's good. E4, we're gonna skip E3, E and 5 because those are just attack and those are just trace level ups. We don't care about that. It's like an enemy with weakness break. So if their weakness broken, crit rate is increased by 25%. Which is why people tend to say like, oh man, you should build break on MC or physical MC or something, because quite a bit of their kit is based on weakness break, which I mean is in the early game is like kind of the name of the game. You just want to break. And then E6 allows talent to also trigger when you defeat an enemy, which is fine. Again, like I said before, I'm not a fan of this kit, but it is very simple. And I think just because of its simplicity, I am going to put physical MC, and yes, we have based Kalis in the bottom, just for the sake of I don't want to rank both of them because they're the same character. And I use Stell, therefore I'll rank Stell. We're gonna rank physical Stell. Personally, I think in like A tier. It's very simple. Yes, she's bad, but I mean she's our piece of trash, right? So yeah, I think A tier is very appropriate for a physical MC. I may say Stell. For a disclaimer, I may say Stell from time to time because, like I say, I use Stell myself, so I love Stell. Stell's my favorite character. Therefore, you will hear me say Stell instead of MC. It's not me being like I hate Kalis, because if you play Kalis, you're also based. But after physical MC is Fire MC, so Fire MC. So the thing is, yeah, it's the same character. So it's kind of like it's weird to rank the various forms of MC just because it's the same character except they just have a different kit. So I think for the sake of ranking their kits, it's gonna be based off of where they got like their journey from where they got their power from. So, for example, with Fire MC, we got Fire MC from Bellabog. So we're gonna be basing Fire MC's lore based off of their journey throughout Bellabog. So, basic attack. This is a basic attack. I mean, it makes sense. And you can consume 4 stacks of the talent to do a blast attack, which is pretty nice. It doesn't do much damage, but you know, it's kind of nice. And then we got talent. We'll talk about talent first. Probably should talk about this first because I say this like MC's bread and butter, Fire MC's bread and butter. So every time MC is hit, they get a stack of the talent. If it reaches 4 stacks, they can do a enhanced basic attack. And when the Trailblazer uses any of their abilities, you get to apply a shield to all your allies. It's very nice. Based on Fire MC's defense. Skill is a taunt, but also allows damage reduction for Fire MC. And with one of the traces, everyone else gets a 15% damage decrease. I don't know if this stacks with Trailblazer's own thing here. You can feel free to tell me in the comments or in chat. But yeah, they'll tell me if this stacks with if this major trace stacks with the skill. But oops. And then ult is an AoE to all enemies. And it will automatically make the next basic attack that Preservation MC deals not cost 4 stacks of talent, which is nice. It's very nice for breaking. I think this kit is actually very nice for breaking, and it shows. Oh yeah, and then using enhanced basic restores HP. And then this increases their attack by 15% when they have a shield, and they regenerate 5 energy until the action is over. It's interesting. Like, you get more energy as well. And I think with Bellabog, the lore Bellabog are trying to like restore, whatchamacallit, a Bellabog. Right, so I think the lore of it and everything, like how this kit is, feels pretty accurate to Bellabog. With this, like, gay, I mean, obviously it's preservation, and Bellabog is kind of based off of like preservation, right? So obviously it makes sense. Like, minimum, I'd say this is a B tier, but without context, it's a B tier. But if we look at everything else, like, oh, you want to get hit a lot, they're dealing with, like, Bellabog's deal with like the freaking eternal freeze for like so long. They've been dealing with like little hits every time. So I think yeah, I know, like, I feel like some people are gonna in the comments or in chat gonna be like, man, Kiyo's pulling things out of his butt here. And yes, I probably am. But I think it's still fine, guys. And then we got the taunt, which I think again, I feel like this is basically kind of like a bruiser tank. I feel like this is kind of what, I don't want to say it's what physical MC wanted to be, because I feel like physical MC wants to be a unit that can do a little bit of everything, but they're not good at everything except maybe like doing bonk damage, which is, that's about it, right? Like, they do bonk damage, but they can also sustain themselves, and they have a buff. And yeah, I feel like that's also why I feel like a physical MC is A tier, is because of the fact that they can do a lot of different things. They have a buff, they have a heal, they self heal, like, so it feels like kind of preservation-y. They do damage, so they they do damage, and yeah, like, feels kind of like it goes everywhere. And I think I for those of you who don't know, I really like characters that like fill multiple niches. So I know physical MC doesn't feel any niche. That's my personal problem with the physical MC. But I like characters that try to do that. And if they ever rework physical MC, I do want physical MC to be able to buff their allies, heal, maybe even heal all allies, like, for a little bit of damage. I mean, yeah, heal a little bit, buff a little bit, and because they're destruction, they'll have a little bit more taunt, which is okay. And yeah, I think that's what physical MC needs. It's just to be able to do other random things to all their allies, but it is not like game breaking or anything. Like, a little bit of sprinkling, like harmony stuff, like buffs, little bit of sustain with healing, like I said before. Yeah. I guess we can also talk about Eidolons, since I forget about this. E1 makes enhanced basic, or just basic attack in general. Oh no, it's basic attack in general. It makes them deal more damage based on the defense, which this is a defense scaling character, so it makes sense. E2 makes the talent shield stronger, basically. E4 gives the magma wheel stacks at the start of battle, and E6 gives them more defense, basically. Like, when they use their enhanced basic or ult, they get a defense boost, and it stacks up to 3 times. It's okay. Fortunately, Fire MC does have a niche. Like, for example, with Acheron, and getting Trend of the Universal Market. Which that light cone does is that whenever someone attacks the wearer, that enemy gets a potentially gets a burn, and that counts as a debuff. So it helps Acheron teams quite a bit. But it is very niche, and Fire MC isn't the best at sustaining, especially solos for that matter. So it is concerning if you're dealing with enemies that deal a lot of single target damage and you're not taunting. It's going to be very rough. But otherwise, and then AoE as well, because the shield isn't that big, right? But yeah, I think it's pretty accurate. I feel like a lot of like I think MC's kits are generally going to be in the A tier just because it's literally just based off of what planet they were on, or if it's just physical style, it's just like based on that. This is based on Stell as a person in general. So I think for the sake of time, actually no, not for the sake of time. We're just gonna go for it. We're just gonna talk about Harmony MC as well. We'll put this in A tier as well. Harmony Stell is my favorite Stell. I love I love Hat Stell. She just break, and she goes really well with Firefly. Basic attack's a basic attack. We don't need to go over it. Talent regens energy when you weakness break a target. Very good. I love it. Skill is a bounce. It's fine. Like this is a break character, so bounce is very good for breaking, if I remember correctly. I believe if I remember correctly, the only time this would be a bounce would be worse is if you're trying to do AoE stuff. Like slightly worse than a character using AoE. So for example, like Jing Yuan. Yeah. For example, like Jing Yuan would do like 50 toughness damage reduction. Toughness reduction to all enemies that are weak to lightning. Whereas I think Stell would do trying to remember. It's like 30, 35, and then I think with Adalaws it's like 45 because it hits extra times. Yeah. So it's very good at breaking, and it's good. It's just very nice. Ult gives everyone a break effect. It's good. And you can do super break damage, which is also very good. This is why Fireflies is really good, just because because of Harmony FC. But yeah. This skill additionally increases toughness reduction of the first. It's just a damage by 100. I didn't realize this was a thing. So when you use skill for the first time, you do a lot more toughness damage. For the first, that's actually very nice. Additionally, delays enemy targets when allies break enemy weaknesses. Yep, very good. And then when you have this, super break damage triggered by ult is increased. So if there's less enemies, you do more super break damage. Very good. And talent increases all allies break effect. Obviously, this is very break effect centric. I mean, we all know it's break effect centric. It's Harmony. Obviously, it's based off of Penacony, because Penacony supposedly was supposed to worship Shipe. But you know, if you know the story of Penacony, then you know something happened, and now Harmony MC is here to restore everything back to normal, so that everyone knows that we should be worshiping Shipe in Penacony. So, but yeah, my thoughts on the kit's accuracy to the lore. I think it's fine. I'm trying to think of the characters, like, other than Firefly. I feel like this kit was made for Firefly. This kid literally made for Firefly, and I think because of the story, because of that, I think it's already A tier just because of that. But if we were to say other people, if we were to mention other people like Gallagher, also break. I could argue Misha is also break because Misha's ult deals more thing. It does more instances of damage if you do more skill. If you use skill points more, so also good, and that goes well with let's say Sparkle, who also uses skill points but also generates it with ult as well. So not bad. So I'd say pretty accurate. I think I'd say more accurate than the other ones. So I'm going to put Harmony MC above Physical MC, but still in A tier. Yes, I am going to be ranking these like in order, or at least I'll try to. I may forget, but if I do, then you guys are watching this video, so you'll know when I say, oh, this is better than this person in this tier, right? So yeah. Anyway, next up is Preservation March. And Preservation March, I'm going to say, is one of my favorite characters. Just because of the fact that I used her a lot early on. And also because of the fact that, oh, this too. I like this. This is great. Wait, can Stell have this? Not seriously. I've said this many times, but can Stell have this? It's very nice. It's very cool. It's very cute. Anyway, Preservation March. Let's talk about Preservation March. Ignore my build for March. This is a meme build. But Preservation March is also kind of simple, but at the same time very jack of all trades. So let's talk about why that's the case. This is a basic attack, so we don't care about that. Skill gives a shield, and if the ally's HP percent is 30% or higher, okay, it increases the chance of enemies attacking the ally. This is interesting, but also very nice. It basically allows your people to get extra taunt. Very nice for Clara. I remember using March with Clara a lot before I had links, so it was actually very nice. Like my team, like when I actually got Clara for the first time, was I think Clara, March, Ting Yun, and someone else. So yeah, it's very nice, and I like it. But let's talk about talent. Talent is when a shielded ally gets attacked. March does a counter, which is a follow-up attack, which deals ice damage. It can be triggered 2 times, but 3 times if you have one of her Eidolons. And then her ult does a freeze, has a 50% base chance to freeze. So it's nice. Her technique does freeze. Her trace, this trace lets her cleanse with her shield. This one increases the duration of the shield, and this one increases the ult's chance to freeze. It's actually very nice. So it's changed from 50% to 65%. Just huge. Means you don't have to rely on getting as much effect hit rate on March. So that's actually very nice. If you are going for the freeze build for March, but we're not gonna go over Eidolons, like I said before. I know you might be able to realistically get her Eidolons. I don't know. I know for Hunt March you can get her Eidolons, but I don't remember about Preservation. I think you still need to get the Eidolons, so I'm not gonna go over them. But it's nice. I think it's nice. The Eidolons are very nice, but we're not gonna go over them. I think March kit is like very accurate. So for those of you who don't know, March is her lore is that she doesn't remember who she is because of reasons we don't know, but we do know for sure that her memories are associated with the remembrance, and you can see like her stuff like all this thing, like is the shape of the Oneric shard, which is the paid currency in this game, and also is associated with the remembrance as well. So, if I remember correctly, I believe preservation and the remembrance, like the Aeons, are friends. I could be wrong. You can tell me if I'm wrong in the comments. But I feel like the preservation, the Klipoth and Fuli are both like pretty good friends, or like they're in friendly terms. So I think her being a preservation unit makes a lot of sense. The fact that she also does a follow-up attack with a counter, I think it also fits her very well. Because her personality is kind of like she loves having a lot of fun and like making memories with people. And I think the follow-up attack, whether you don't know why I'm saying why this matters, is because in simulated universe there are some eons and paths that are in simulated universe but aren't a character path that characters can have. And elation is a path that focuses on follow-up attacks. So the fact that she has this means like that she likes to have fun. Elation, she has some elation going on in her kit. So I think that's like very good, like because it shows her personality, like being like she likes to have fun. And her freeze is also associated with the remembrance, because the remembrance in simulated universe is also based on freezing. And because she's also ice, it makes sense because Fuli is based on freeze and ice is freezing, so makes a lot of sense. I think March, is a character as preservation. March is going to be in Chef's Kiss. I think March kit just fits really well with her lore. It just encapsulates her as a character. Even if the kit itself kinda whatever. I think it's still very true to her lore, and I think it's very cool. I wish there were definitely a lot more characters who are gonna be in like the high tiers. Hopefully that's the case. I could be wrong. Maybe there's gonna be characters in the F tier, or there's gonna be more characters in the B, C, D tier, and I'm gonna be sad. But let's see. Anyway, Daniel. Okay, I'm gonna say disclaimer. All people who main male characters, I am not allowed to use male characters. Therefore, if I am very inaccurate with their stuff, with any male character, it's because I don't use them. Because I'm not allowed to use them. So, let's go to Daniel. For those of you who don't know, you are also forced to level up Dan Heng in the tutorial. So that is why he is level 5. I did say I'm not allowed to use him, but I was forced to use him. Therefore, he is level 5. I can't do anything about it because the tutorial forced me to level him up. Even if I wanted to level up Stell or March, the game said, no, you have to level up Dan Heng. If you don't level up Dan Heng, then you will not be able to progress in the story. So, I was forced to do that. But yeah. Daniel, stop getting that leaf. Is wind and hunt, which I think makes sense. As we know now, Daniel has 2 forms. He has Imbiber Lunae form and his normal Daniel form. And because we know his past is based off of the Xianzhou, who is based off who worships the hunt. I think this makes a lot of sense. That he is hunt. So basic attack is a basic attack. No need to worry about that. Skill is a single target. It just does lots of damage. And when it deals a crit, you get to reduce the target's speed. So that's very nice to help your team go faster. It won't help you for cycling, for like zero cycling, because it's not speeding up your allies, but it does prevent you from taking too many hits. So it's okay. Obviously, it's only 12% speed, and that stays constant throughout. So it is what it is. But you know, it's there. Talent allows him to do have wind res pen for his next attack. This is pretty hard to time if I'm remembering correctly, because this effect can only be triggered after 2 turns. So after 2 turns of not having this ability, then he can get this. Then he can do it, which is you have to time it very well. And I think with Daniel, he is like very he is like the more rational, thoughtful guy in the express. So ignore the fact that if the one meme where he's like, with this Jade Abacus I summon. But I feel like Daniel is more of like a guy who does a lot more thinking than March and Stell. So I think the fact that this requires thought makes sense for him. So I do like that. Oops. And then his ult just does big boy damage and has another condition with the slow. So if you have a character that can give slow to enemies, or if he crits and he gives slows, then you can do a lot more damage. So very nice. I actually really like this ult. Again, you still have to think about like when to use his ult, so it's interesting. And then this is okay. It just increases attack. Nothing noteworthy to write home about, so it's whatever. You have a bonus. You have the reduced taunt when he's less than 50% health. That's whatever. After launching an attack, there's a chance to increase your own speed. Again, tying to Hunt. For those of you who don't know, Hunt is single target, but it's also wanting to have a lot of speed. So this ties into Hunt, so I'm okay with this. And then this one, basic attack deals 40% more damage to slow enemies. Again, you have to think more with the kit, because you want to slow enemies, and if you can't slow enemies and you need a time when you use ult for win res pen and all that fun jazz. So I say it's pretty accurate with Daniel as a character before you know anything about Imbiber de Lune. So I'd say, yeah, I'd say high B or low A for Daniel, because since we now know about Imbiber de Lune and all that fun jazz, like if there was some stuff that would tie into it to Imbiber de Lune, actually, no, there's no like secret hidden stuff other than Hidden Dragon. That's the only thing. Okay, you know, because it says Hidden Dragon, I'll rank it at A. So let me put Daniel at A, because base Daniel at A. We're gonna put it, I think, above Fire MC, but around the same as Physical MC. So we're gonna put him there, just because I feel like he has stuff that talks about his Imbiber de Lune form with this trace, and then we have all the slows and stuff, and the speed bonuses, and all the stuff that requires thinking. Like usually when you play characters, you just do it. You just do skill, or you do whatever. Like Daniel is a character where you just use skill all the time, generally for the most part. True. He is SP negative, because that's how Hunt characters are, generally SP negative. But you do have to require some thinking to allow Daniel to do more damage with Rinres Pen and ult, damage, so you have to think about it. So I think it's pretty nice. His kit does take into account his personality, as well as him being based off of the Xianqiu. So I like it. Yeah. Next up is Arlen, which I'm not gonna lie, I know a friend who is an Arlen main. I don't know if I'm gonna do her justice or Arlen justice, so we'll see. Anyway, basic attack is a basic attack. We don't care about that. Arlen is the character that everyone like memes on because people say he's the worst character because he got super nerfed in the after the beta. Arlen's talent, I think, is the main reason why everyone is complaining. It's because I know this is a low number right now, but if this number were better, or it increased the multiplier instead of damage, I think it would be a lot better, in my personal opinion. If only Arlen just had better numbers again, it would have been back when he was busted in beta. Yeah, exactly. if he, even then, like, he's still like a really high risk character. So I think his numbers, I don't know what his numbers were back then, so I can't say because I'm not a day one player. I'm not a beta player either, so I can't say. Ult is a blast. It's nothing to write home about, I'm not gonna lie. Pretty simple. I mean, his kit, other than he does damage to himself, his kit's simple. So when he defeats an enemy when he's lower than 30% health, he restores his health. It's okay, you know, make sure he doesn't like completely die off. Chance's dot increased by 50%. Is actually very good because dots can absolutely tickle and kill him. Any kind of tickling is not very good for Arlen, so I think this is a very understandable trace. And his lore, like, he is hiding a like injury, if I remember correctly. So I think this fits him a lot. And then repel. Upon entering battle, if Arlen's HP is less than or equal to 50% damage, he can nullify all damage received except for dots until he is attacked. Okay. So he gets like one extra whatchamacallit. He gets one like barrier, which prevents him from taking damage. Which is okay. Pretty good. You don't want him to take damage. Like, he's a destruction character, but he doesn't want to take damage from enemies. He only wants to take damage from himself, or he just wants to get low enough to his threshold. I feel like you either make Arlen's thing not, I don't know. I feel like Arlen's kit just feels weird. I think it's just the numbers are bad. But if I were to say how accurate his kit is, though, okay, he is a security officer for Herta Space Station. He helps out Asta a lot, you know, the usual. He hides a lot of pain, so I'd say it's accurate, but I wouldn't say it's extremely well, actually, he is a security guard. I don't know, like, I forget what his ranking is. Actually, we can check actually. Information. No, he's the head of the security department. Okay, he's the head honcho. I'd say it's accurate, but I don't want to say it's the most accurate thing in the world. But you know, I think it fits Arlen's tidbit on how he has to deal with the pain that he's hiding, and he's like trying to pull through despite all of it. So I like, okay, so at all of his major traces, his talent and skill are accurate. Obviously, basic attack we don't take into account because that's a basic attack. We don't care. I'd say if ultimate did something else, if it tied more into the kit instead of just doing a blast damage, I feel like Arlen would feel better, quote unquote, like lore wise, as a kit. So I'd say I'm gonna put him in B tier or like A minus. So Arlen, I would say B plus, B plus, because it feels accurate, but at the same time, like I feel like there could be some changes. Like with the A tier, I feel like it's fine. I would not change anything. I would be okay with everything that they have at the moment. That's A tier. Who's next? Oh, speaking of space station, we have Asta. I like Asta. I think Asta is, I don't want to say underrated character, because for the completely free to play people, Asta is definitely very valuable. But as a waifu, I think Asta is very underrated. Okay. I haven't built Asta very well, so excuse all this stuff here. But let's talk about Asta. Basic attack is a basic attack. We don't care. Talent is her buff. Every stack gives everyone else attack. Yep. So for every stack she has, it gives her team more attack. Very nice. And when she starts her turn, she loses stacks, but she can get them back by other means, so it's fine. Skill is a bounce, very generic bounce. It helps her stack her talent, so it's not too bad. And then ult gives a lot of speed. Trace is basic attack, gives a chance to burn. This one gives all allies more fire damage, and this one increases defense for every charging stack that she has. And then this lets her do damage to all enemies, which helps her with their talent, right? So, oh yeah, I didn't look at Arlen's. Wait, hold up. Let me look at Arlen's technique again. Yeah, no, yeah. This is just attacks. That's it. So, honestly, instead of B plus, this is B. It's just B. Never mind. That's if that's all that does, just does damage. That's it. Yeah, to all enemies. Yeah, it's whatever. But Asta, I'm not sure how to rank Asta here, because obviously she is the lead researcher of the space station. She loves astronomy. She's also rich, but I mean that doesn't really matter too much. I'm not gonna lie. I don't think her being rich really contributes to her kit, so we don't take that into account. But yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about her kit. Not gonna lie. So she has a chance to burn, and burn is a debuff, and that's nihility. I don't know. Is she dealing with a lot of stress? I don't know. Do you guys think Asta is very stressed? And she's feeling depressed? Constantly getting notes from her parents. I mean, true. That is true. IPC. So I guess it's like a little bit of nihility, because is like people are trying to get her to not do what she loves. I guess it's a major trace is just dealing with pressure, but she hates the pressure. So honestly, I can kind of see that. Ignite helps everyone else. That is fire damage. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, politics. You know what? That's fine. Okay. So we'll say this is accurate because of politics. Okay. All right, you have a good point there. Nihility gets suspicious. You're right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. True. We got that. Okay. This is accurate then. And we got this. Okay, we got the speed buff, and we have the fire damage buff, and then we have the stacking attack buff. So we do have the stacking, which Nihility does have stacking, but yeah, you know what? Yeah, I think Nihility is the one that wanted to stack like debuffs. I don't think there is a Path of Simulated Universe that stacks buffs. So we'll say yeah, it makes sense. And then there's a speed buff and a fire damage buff. Her being a Harmony character is what I'm not sure about. Because this makes me think, like, if she's a Harmony character, it makes me think that she wants to find like some kind of inner peace within herself and stuff. I don't know. I think I'm reaching here. That's what I'm thinking. So maybe the Harmony is because she wants to just do her own thing and be happy. Obviously, she's not happy right now. Therefore, that's why she doesn't have a follow-up attack. Therefore, no elation. But I can't really think of too much to say on the buffs in general. They're very strong buffs. Oh yeah, right. Herda is kind of like her shield, so she is vibing. So it's good. It's good. Maybe she is kind of like getting like her piece via Herda, but at the same time, no, she has to deal with the VS. So I guess it's accurate, but I don't want to say it's like extremely accurate. I'd say more accurate than Arlen for sure. So I'm gonna put Asta in excuse me high B tier. So it'll be over here, higher than Arlen, but not in A, because I feel like there would definitely be some changes, like potentially, but otherwise I think B is fine. Oh yeah, speaking of Herda is next. All right, I have not built Herda either, so yeah. But Miss Kurokuro. Okay. She does AoE, she's erudition. Makes sense, she is an emanator of erudition, so makes perfect sense that she does a lot of AoE stuff. She does a follow-up attack that deals a lot of damage all enemies. So yeah. Boost skill. So makes sense. Very good. Chance to resist CC increased by 35%. Increase attack. It's okay. And then this is ultimate, deals more damage to frozen enemies. Obviously she does a lot of AoE. Even her follow-up attack is AoE. So honestly, that's already like very accurate. She is Laminator by Erudition. Even though this is the puppet version. Buff skill, doing more damage for the AoE. Very good. And because this is the puppet Herda, I guess this is okay. And then and dealing damage to frozen enemies. And because it's saying frozen enemies, it's making me think Remembrance. And I guess she really wants, and she is part of the Genius Society, and she does really want to like do simulated universe stuff. You don't hear talking so many times about the simulated universe. And Remembrance is all about like memories, and I think she wants to like keep all like the information like eons and everything. So it kind of makes sense, but at the same time, you know. Oh yeah, and then she's ice. So yeah, you know what? It actually fits her very well. I'm not sure if this is an S tier. It might be. Like, I feel like there's nothing to change, really. Like, we don't count basic attack for the sake, unless it does something special. We don't really count basic attack in the calculations here. So honestly, I feel like this might be the first S tier. I don't want to say it's Chef's Kiss, but I do think this is like an S tier, just because a lot of AoEs, which is very much tied to erudition. I guess she kind of likes having her fun every now and then, even if it's at the expense of other people. And it's an AoE follow-up attack, so you know she's still faithful to her own stuff. And then Remembrance, because she wants to maintain information. So honestly, I think this is our S tier. That's the S tier right there. I don't know if I want to say Chef's Kiss though. So if we do want to say Chef's Kiss, we'll think about it later. But yeah. Anyway, next up is Serval, who is another erudition character. It's right there actually. I actually really like Serval. I can't really talk about the Eidolons. I know I have E6, like her, I have E6 Serval, but again, for the sake of things and for the sake of relatability, I know relatability you should probably do E6, but for the sake of things, I will not talk about her Eidolons because E1 I think literally gives her a basic attack more AoE, which is very nice. Serval is she used to work as an engineer for the architects, so it makes sense that she's erudition because she was focused on research at the time and engineering, so makes very much sense that she's erudition. We have lightning damage, a single target. This is a basic type, we don't care. She deals more damage. Oh, she deals lightning damage to all enemies that are shocked whenever she does things, so more erudition stuff, that dealing damage based off of that is very nice. She has a blast attack which gives shocked, so that's nice. And then ult deals damage to all enemies. It's very simple, I'm not gonna lie. It's basically she's like it's erudition, but she relies on shock. It's like nihility, but at the same time like erudition. And yes, I do agree that she should have the shock because I think it's somewhat accurate to her losing like Cocolia and yeah, just her like losing Cocolia, like her position in the architects. So I think it makes sense. Skill having more chance to shock, again, all about nihility, the shocking debuff. Regenerating energy, which I will say, if I remember correctly, erudition is also about energy as well. So I do like that as well. For the lore, not for the how good it is. And then when you defeat an enemy, increase attack. Okay. I believe Hunt. If I'm trying to remember correctly, if there are like any, I don't think there's any specific path that is all about getting on kill effects, but it is what it is. And then this one is dealing damage and do shock. Yeah, you do lightning damage to all enemies and do shock potentially. So I actually like her kit. I don't know if it's A tier. Do I want to change anything in particular? Actually, I don't. I actually don't want to change anything in particular for Serval, because I think it fits her as a character, but at the same time, I feel like I want to change something because of my personal bias. But I think her kit is actually really fine, and I think I realize that you guys aren't seeing any of this. I think she is in a, actually, yeah, I don't think I need to change anything here. So I think she's A tier. We're gonna put her next to Daniel. I think it's about the same accuracy. Actually, I feel like I know more about Serval than base Daniel. So I'd say for the sake of we know more about Serval than base Daniel. I know base Daniel is in Lune as well, but again, I feel like from Serval's story and everything, I feel like I know more about her than like base Daniel. Like stuff that happens after he became base Daniel, but before we'd learn about Imbiber de Lune. So I'll put Serval above Daniel, just for the sake of things. And then next up, Nat, my third favorite character in Honkai Star Rail. And yes, I am being serious. In fact, I like to flaunt that I have 170 speed on her. Anyway, that's not important though. That's not important. But yeah, pretty simple kit. Like, I don't think I need to go talk about her kit, but we'll talk about it anyway. Her talent lets her do more healing to people that are less than 30% health. Which basically, if their health's in the red, she heals more. Her skill heals and then has a dot heal as well. Ult does heal. It just heals. It's very cheap as well. Very simple. This does weaken. So she has so her technique weakens enemies. I know like not many people use her technique, but yeah, that's what it does. It weakens enemies. Bonus is just more healing, cleanse, and then this one increases duration of the dot heal from skill. Very simple. Like she's a healer, and it shows she's a healer. But it also shows that she's very good at healing in an emergency, and I think it ties into the fact that she is the doctor of the underworld, who had in the underworld at the time was dealing with a lot of like emergency stuff, like because of the lockdown, of Geomero stuff, like the issues of Geomero and all that fun jazz. So honestly, I think it fits her really well, and she is the leader of Wildfire, like the de facto leader. Oleg is like kind of like the what's the word? Like the figurehead, but isn't like the real leader. So yeah. I think it fits her really well. Dot heal. You have a basic attack, but it's whatever. You don't care about that. There is some nihility because of the fact that you know, she has like pretty tense relations with her brother. I don't know about that, but I feel like she has some hidden like family issues and stuff. So the nihility in the weakening. Otherwise, it's a tried and true doctor. I don't think there's really much like I could say. Like, I would 100% change her kit because she is literally the base healer, the first healer you get in general in this freaking game. But I'm gonna be honest, I think it's an A tier. Like, there's not really much I would change. Like, if you want the kit to fit her lore, I don't think there's much I want to change. But in terms of, man, we should make her viable, then yeah, we should definitely change her kit. Anyway, this is an A tier. I'd say here. Actually, I could argue more than physical still. You know what? We'll do here. We'll do here. Because it fits her well. And it's what, how simple can you get? She's literally, she heals. She's a doctor. That's it. Abundance, physical. It makes sense, right? So, anyway. Next up is Pela. She is Ice Nihility. Where's Pela? I don't think I have Pela. Oh, I might have her at level 80. Yeah. But, she's not built. Because I never really intended to build her until I had to deal with a specific MOC with that one guy that heals whenever he hits. That guy I had problems with back in the day, but now I don't really use her much, so here we are. Anyway, that's a basic attack, we don't care. Skill removes a buff. And then deals damage. Talent, if the enemy is debuffed, she gets more energy, so that's nice. Ult does an expose debuff. This deals more damage to debuff enemies. This one increases effect hit rate. It's generally tied with both Nihility and Remembrance effect hit rate, because you need effect hit rate to freeze, but you also need effect hit rate to debuff, but you also need it to freeze too. So also makes sense. Using skill to remove buffs increases damage of the next attack by 20%. I assume this is for herself. If it's for someone else, then in that case, yeah, it's actually pretty nice for like harmony. But otherwise, nothing of note. This one also does defense shred. A lot of defense shredding. If I were to say how accurate her kit is, she is an intelligence officer, so she wants to remember things. So the fact that she's ice and she has like the effect hit rate thing does tie into the fact that she's ice. So I think that makes a lot of sense. Removing a buff. Let me think on removing a buff. Would that be Nihility? Would removing a buff be Nihility? Or would it be something else? Because Locha is a unit that also removes a buff. So, I don't know. I don't think removing a buff is tied to anything in particular. I can't really say. So, I'm not going to say anything on this one. But I think it fits her very well. Because it's like exploiting the enemy's like strong suits or like weaknesses. And I think that's like, it shows that she likes to do that in her like defense shredding kit. So I think it makes sense. So I'd say, yeah, it's fine. And then energy is erudition. So, and she is intelligence officer. She's smart, obviously. So I think that makes sense. Her ult again is, defense shredding, exposing weaknesses, and that's what she's all about, trying to expose the enemy's weaknesses. I'm not a fan of like some of the stuff that says, oh, it deals more damage to debuff enemies or when you use skill to remove the buff. These two, I'm not sure about. If this trace helps increase the damage of the next attack of anyone, the next attack in general, instead of the next attack by Pela, I'd say this would be pretty accurate. But otherwise kind of whatever. And then this one just deals more damage. I guess it's like, in a sense, it's like kind of like doing expose with the whatchamacallit, defense shredding and like exploiting weaknesses. But I'm not it doesn't fit well with her kit. But I mean, it does fit lore wise, I'd say, but it doesn't. Okay, you know what? I think I'm just gonna put an A and just call it there. Actually, inside, like on the inside, my mind's saying B plus, but my gut's also saying low A. Okay, I feel like I'm gonna put low A because I feel like I would probably want to change Fire MC stuff. Because I put her at low A. And then Pela, I also want to change her stuff as well. So I think it's best if I put her here. Just for the sake of Imit. I want to change something, but I know that you don't need to because everything in her kit does fit lore-wise. So I'm gonna keep it at A because I think that's the I think Fire MC is the threshold for I want to change something, but I know I don't have to. And whereas Daniel is like, I don't need to. And everyone else is like, oh yeah, this fits very well. This feels more correct and everything. And then this one is like actually A tier is basically, it could go in a different direction, but at the moment I'd say it's perfect. S tier is perfect, and I feel like the kit is fine. B tier is like, there could definitely be changes. C is definitely could use work. D is, I don't know what the frick is going on. It's okay. C is, it's fitting a niche, like a trait of a specific character, but it's not something that I would pick. Oh wait, no. I think that's D. D is the kit is based off of a character's trait, but it's not a trait that I would pick myself. C is the same thing except that I would pick that trait. F is, I don't know what the frick is going on, and this is not enough info. Okay. Anyway, next up is Sampo. He's all the way in the he's the bottom character. Alright, Sampy. Alright. For those of you who don't know, he is associated with the Masked Fools. So let's talk about this. He is a Nihility Wind character. And I think Nihility does fit him because of the fact that you know that meme where it's like the two guys that says like nothing matters anymore. Like one guy's looking one way is he's sad, and the other guy, well, they're both saying the same thing, but one guy is sad and the other guy's happy. And I feel like Sampo is the guy who's happy, and you say nothing matters. So I think it makes sense that he's Nihility. But basic attack is a basic attack. We're generally going to be skipping basic attacks unless it does something in particular. I'm trying to remember. Basic attack does, yeah. So his attacks do have a chance to inflict wind shear, so it doesn't matter which thing he does. If he does anything basic, ult, or skill, it deals it gives wind shear, so that's fine. Skill, it deals in about, sorry, a yawn, but it's basically there to stack a lot of the stacks of talent. So basically his main thing is talent. So yeah. And his ult makes the enemies take more dot damage. So it's very like doubling down hard on Nihility. And yeah. And you can blind enemies with his little thing. When initiating combat against a blind enemy, you can delay enemies' actions. It's a 100% fixed chance, so it'll always delay enemy actions. And then we have extended duration of wind shear from Sampo stuff by 1 turn. Excuse me. Using ultimate addition, it regenerates 10 energy. And then this one, enemies with wind shear effect deals 15% less damage to Sampo. Okay. Let me examine these two. Okay. Again, like I said before, energy, when I think energy, I think erudition. So the fact that Sampo has erudition and then like damage reduction to himself, so that means preservation and erudition. That's what screams at me when I see those two traces. Sorry, I was wiping my eye there. Because we know that he's actually part of the Masked Fools. I get like he is pretty smart and sleazy, so I guess it makes sense that he has erudition. So he like makes sure he knows who he's like conning and everything. I guess it makes sense. And he's pretty old-fashioned, so he probably like probably maintain like the old-fashioned like pranks and all that fun jazz. So makes sense. Preservation makes less sense to me, because when you think preservation, you're trying to maintain something, and I guess he's trying to maintain his like his style, I guess, like his like little con man act and everything. Like he may be like a pretty one note, but he likes to preserve his one noteness. I don't know. I'm grasping at straws here. I feel like, and the fact that he's Nihility, and the fact that the meme was like nothing matters. Like you have one side is sad and one side is happy, and he is like a con man. Makes me think that this is an accurate kit, just because of the fact that he is a masked fool. So he's actually kind of like fooling us. Like he's saying nothing matters, Nihility. But so we think Nihility, but he's actually Elation. I'd say my main issue is that he doesn't have a follow-up attack. If he had a follow-up attack, I think I would have been a lot more of a fan of Sampo's kit, because of the fact that he is he is a master. We now know he's a masterful. So I assume there's gonna be a 5-star Sampo kit somewhere in the future. Just my personal opinion. And I also realized that you guys didn't see all that unless I swap that. I don't know, but Sampo I think is pretty accurate, but I feel like it went in a direction that I'm not sure about. That's my main issue with Sampo. So I'd say I definitely want to change things. So like I feel like he's A tier, but at the same time I feel like he's C tier. So I think on average that would mean that I'll have to place him in B tier. Higher than Arlen, but lower than Esta. Next up is Hook. That's basic attack. We don't care. So when attacking a target afflicted with burn, deals additional fire damage and regenerates 5 extra energy. So what I'm getting off of this is like we have some nihility because of the burn. You have extra damage, which is just a generic thing, and then regenerate energy. So that's some erudition and nihility in the talent right there. Then we have skill, which I believe does fire damage and burns. So we have that. It's a single target, so it's interesting to see there. Wait, the fact that it's single target, I can kind of implies Hunt, because Hunt is like single target, right? So I feel like there is some Hunt and nihility in here. So do note that we have a burn and then we have a single target, but we also do have the blast version, which fits the destruction, of course, which will also this does the same thing except it deals damage to adjacent enemies, so that's whatever. What is this? So this is a burn. This also burn as well, and then this also this enhances her next skill to do the to do this. So it's a single target as well. Just want to note that. So I'm a little bit kind of like questioning Hook's kit here, but yeah. We have restoring HP when she triggers talent. So when she attacks a burn enemy, she gets her health back a little bit, not a lot. And then chance to resist crowd control makes sense. She's a destruction unit, makes sense. And when she uses ult, she action advances herself and she gets energy. So trying to remember how much does this cost? The ult? 120. Oh. So basically her thing kind of like costs like less, basically. It's like, oh, 150, it costs like 115 instead of like 120, because you get 5 energy when you use ult, and then you get 5 more from this, which means it's basically -5 cost for the thing, right? Technically -10 because you get 5 from using the ult, but you know that's on. But everyone gets 5 energy on ult, so it's like same thing, right? But anyway, I feel like I'm going in circles, so let's talk about the accuracy of her kit. I see quite a bit of like action advance, single target. We do have like a blast attack, but it's only after you use ult. And then we have some destruction tendencies with these 2 traces and the blast attack. And then we have some erudition with energy regen with her talent and this ability. So I'm not sure how I feel about Hook. So she gives me Hunt vibes, destruction vibes, erudition vibes, and nihility vibes. All 4 of those at once. So let's go over Hunt. Okay, Hunt. Well, we have the Galaxy Rangers, and they're all about like seeking out justice. And I feel like Hook is all about justice. I don't know. I feel like when I see Hook, like in her serious mode, she's about justice. Maybe in the wrong places, but justice nonetheless. So I think it makes sense with Hunt. Destruction. Let me think about destruction. Because she doesn't feel like a destruction. I'm not gonna lie, she doesn't feel like a destruction character. I guess she is she's a child. She's a freaking gremlin. So I guess it makes sense, but at the same time, I don't know, man. It's just I don't know. And then we have Nihility, which I guess she is in the underworld, so I guess it kind of makes sense that like she has to survive with her dad in like harsh conditions. I don't know. Like she loves her dad. In fact, I feel PTSD whenever Hook says the word daddy, so yeah. And then we have erudition, which I guess she is a child. She does want to learn. I know it doesn't seem like she does, but she definitely does. She's very curious. She's a very curious child. So far that I've seen. So I'd say not as curious as like Clara, for example, but I'd still say like pretty curious. So I don't know how I can rank her because she's fire okay, fire I think makes sense because she's a freaking gremlin. She burns everything, but destruction I'm starting to kind of question. So I guess she has more stuff that involves destruction. So she has ults, skill, and then 2 traces that involve like blast attacking or kind of like bruiser like behavior. So I'd say understandable that she is destruction, but again, I'm not sure how I feel about it. So I think I'm gonna put it at B, but like higher than Sampo. On average, I think higher than Sampo because I feel like it does fit. Just does it feels a little weird though. So I'm gonna do that. Next up, oh well, I'm going to preemptively put her at S because we know her main gimmick is literally Gamba. So yeah. Anyway, we're still gonna talk about her nonetheless. She's not built, as you can see here. She's only level like 40. I didn't build QQ. In fact, I only have her at E2, so not even that great. You don't even have E4 for the follow-up attack. So yeah, unfortunate, but it is what it is. Well, her basic attack is important, so you do have to think about propagation because propagation is like based off of basic attacks and skill points. So wait, she uses skill points like multiple times. Yeah, wait, she is propagation. Propagation is all about propagating. So I'm gonna go off of that topic because propagation is a topic. Anyway, her skill lets her draw 2 jade tiles, and if it doesn't give her the 4 of a kind, then oh well. It does not end her turn, so she can continue doing Gamba. And talent is Celestial Jade, which lets her do the Gamba. When the ally's turn starts, she randomly draws a tile. But yeah, gets her little thing there. And her ult makes her get 4 of a kind. So her ult gives her guarantee. Oh, okay. I also realized she's erudition. Just want to note that she is erudition. Okay. Anyway, restores 1 skill point when using skill. So that's erudition. You get skill point when you use skill. Wait. can only be triggered one time per battle. Wait, what? What does this mean? Does this mean you can only get one skill point and that's it? I don't understand this one. I don't understand the wording on this one. Because when it says one time per battle, I think it's like one time like per one time per battle means like the whole battle. You only get one skill point when you use skill, and that's it. That's all. That's what I see when I see this ability. I assume it's one time per skill use, because otherwise it's really bad. Next one is using skill increases the damage boost effect of attacks by an extra 10%. So Gamba more to get more boost, and then this one lets her get more speed for a turn when you use enhanced basics. So that's Hunt. I do like the fact that she does get a speed boost, which ties into the fact that she is a Xianzhou native. So and Xianzhou gens to worship Hunt, so makes sense. After using technique, she draws 2 J tiles when the battle starts, so it's just more Gamba. I'll be honest, it just fits her. Like, she is part of the Divination Commission, which is all about like information. So the fact that she's erudition makes sense. Blast attack, she feels like a destruction character at the same time, because she deals a blast. She doesn't deal AoE, she deals a blast. So I feel like she is like secretly a destruction character, because she does do I know this is again very I'm like grasping at straws here, but if you've seen the March quest with like the training arc quest, and you go to her story, the QQ story, she is so real. She says the most realist of things, and it's great. And I think she's destruction because of that. So like, she's secretly destruction because of the fact that she does that. Like, she says the most real stuff, therefore destruction. She does have an AoE, I guess, with the ult, but you generally don't use ult to do damage. You use ult so that you guarantee that she gets her forward jade, the forward of kind. So yeah. But yeah, I think that's pretty much it, really. I don't really see much else like I can really say to change QQ. Honestly, I'm gonna put QQ at Chef's Kiss. Like, next up is Tingyun, or I like to call her Tingyusi. I'm gonna preemptively put her at not enough info, because we don't know the real Tingyun, if we're being like lore honest wise. But based on the information that we know from other characters talking about Tingyun, I think we can try to rate her. But at the moment, we don't know enough about Tingyun personally. We only really know secondhand information about Tingyun. So I'm going to say right now, disclaimer, for the people who want to know, I would probably put her here and not enough info. But for the sake of things, I will talk about Tingyun, because I like to flaunt my 173 speed Tingyun. Yeah. Anyway. Anyway. Tingyun, she is very... She's very good with her words. She is an ambassador. So that ambassador, basically, I guess, because it sounds like ambassador. So, yeah. Let's talk about what she does. She's an Harmony character. She's lightning. Does the element matter? Not really. I'm not gonna lie. I don't think her element matters that much. But let's talk about her stuff. Talent. When an enemy is attacked by Tingyun, the ally with Benediction, which is her buff, immediately deals additional lightning damage equal to 66% of the ally's attack to the same enemy. So I I don't remember if this is only single target or if it targets many people, it hits all the people. Feel free to tell me in chat or in the comments. But otherwise, yeah. She does a single target buff to an ally. She is part of the Zancho, so again, makes sense that she is doing single target here. Her ult is single target and it regens energy, so and it increases damage. So it's like harmony plus hunt plus erudition because of what she does. And she's a big fan of like peace. Like literally one of her little idols is like she says peace is above all things. So I think her being harmony makes a lot of sense as well. She's also not a fighter. Technically she's not supposed to be a fighter, so makes sense as well. She also regens energy when he uses her technique, so more erudition stuff. She's an energy battery basically. Tingyun's speed increased by 20% for one turn after using skill. So she also gets speed, which is hunt. So again, very good. Damage dealt by basic attack increased by 40%. That doesn't really associate with anything in particular. I guess if you want to say it's associated with something single target, hunt. So I guess yeah. And then Tingyun regens 5 energy at the start of her turn. Another erudition thing. We know she's like a smooth talker based on what we've seen, so I think the fact that she is erudition means like she's very smart about it, and the fact that she's erudition or she's harmony means like she really likes to likes peace and harmony. So I think makes a lot of sense that she is harmony with an energy battery as like one of her main gimmicks. But she also does single target buffing, which also makes a lot of sense because she is part of the Zancho, and Zancho is all about the hunt. So unless they're part of like the Sanctus Medicus and all that fun jazz, but they're not. So or she's not. So I think this is actually a very accurate kit. Like I'm not gonna lie, I don't think I would change anything. In fact, I think I put her at S tier. Like I think it fits her that well. So Tingyun, if assuming all of her secondhand information is accurate, S tier. Because I think her kit just makes sense. She is part of the Zancho. She likes to hunt. Therefore, she has a lot of like single target buffing and her basic attack. There's like a lot of stuff about her basic attack. We have erudition because she's like very smart and sly about her words, because that's what she is. She's kind of like a diplomat merchant kind of character, and she's harmony because she likes peace and everything. I think it fits her. The kit fits her really well. Like assuming everything about her secondhand information is accurate. If it's not accurate, then we'll put her maybe somewhere else. But for now, like it's between not enough info and S. So I'll put her at S for the sake of the Tingyun fans, aka myself. All right, next up we got Su Shang. She is hunt and physical. She is a Cloud Knight in training. So let us talk about her. Sussy, as I like to call her. That's her basic, doesn't matter. Her skill is dealing damage. She deals damage, and she has a chance to trigger additional damage to the enemy. Yeah. If the enemy is weakness broken, the sword stance is guaranteed to trigger. So do want to note that. Talent is when an enemy is weakness broken, her speed increases. So hunt, single target, speed. And then ult is single target again, but also gives her more single target damage, and it gives her what you probably call it. She gets to take action again, so she action advances herself all the way again. So that's very good. This is the lower the chance of being attacked. this is for every source dance triggered, the damage by source dance increased by 2%. So more single target damage. This is AoE. So that's just some erudition, but I'm gonna be honest, Sushang isn't the brightest of characters. I'm not gonna lie. And then we have action advance when there are enemies on the field with weakness break. So when they're weakness broken, she action advances when she attacks, or when she does basic attacker skill. So like in her turn. So it's very single target heavy, and it very much shows. And the fact that she's a Cloud Knight in training with a 33% chance to trigger, I think makes a lot of sense as well. The fact that she's a 4-star makes a lot of sense as well. She is literally just bonk or slash with sword, so the fact that she's physical also makes a lot of sense. she's a Cloud Knight in training, so she wants to learn. Therefore, her technique has some AoE, so it makes sense. Sushang, I actually really like Sushang's kit. Like, if you want me to be perfectly honest, I really like Sushang as a character in the game and as a character. So I kind of want to put her as Chef's Kiss, because I don't think I would change anything other than maybe numbers. I don't think there's anything I would want to change for Sushang. So honestly, I Chef's Kiss Sushang. Not because Sushang is an underrated wife or anything, but because I think she's cool. Anyway, next up, we're getting the standard 5 stars. All right. Next up is Himiko. She is Erudition Fire. All right. Let's talk about what she does. She has a follow-up attack when you weakness break an enemy. She does AoE, and she regens 5 energy for each enemy defeated. She is Erudition, so this is like doubling down on Erudition. Makes sense. I think in her background, she is very much into like research and like technology and all that fun jazz. So it makes a lot of sense that she is Erudition. This is a blast attack, which is kind of AoE. It's not this. I guess you could say destruction, but again, like not all Erudition characters are gonna be AoE completely. But you know, blast attack, it is what it is. So some destruction, I guess, because of that. But what do we want to say destruction? Okay, I don't know. I guess Himiko's like kind of like inner machinations, so I can't say if destruction is blast is extremely accurate. But oh well. And then this is a dimension that's kind of an AoE. So again, another one of those. It is a debuff. It increases the fire damage taken by enemies. So to want to note that it inflicts a debuff when you start the battle. Gives them more extra fire damage taken for 2 turns. This lets her do burn. So that's nihility. Skill makes her skill do more damage when they're burned. So more nihility. And then this one is when her HP is 80% or higher, crit rate increases by 15%. And based on my knowledge, Hunt is also based off crit as well. So this is also Hunt. So I think I'd say, in my personal opinion, I'd say there could be some changes. I don't want to say a lot, but there may be some. Namely skill. If skill was an AoE, I think it would make a lot more sense. But then again, she does want to break enemies, so I guess it makes sense that is blast instead of AoE, because AoE does less damage. It basically deals the same amount of toughness damage to all enemies as like a basic attack if you have AoE instead of blast. Whereas blast is 20 toughness damage to the target and then 10 to the adjacent enemies. So I guess it's fine, because she is very witty about what she which he burns people, and I mean the figurative burn, not the literal burn. And then she has some nihility, I guess, because we don't know much about her past. So maybe she's trying to bury the past, leave it to nothingness. I don't know. Because I honestly don't know too much about her past. But I'd say it's accurate, but I could definitely feel like there could be some changes. But I can't really say. Like at one time I could say not enough information. But in another case I would also say maybe like B plus. Like, there is stuff I would want to change, but I don't think I need to change it, so I could also say A. So I'm going to say top of B for now, because I'm not sure if I want to change some stuff. Like, it's only really skill, but even then, I think I wouldn't really want to change it, so I'd say A. Like, there's definitely stuff I want to change. So, less accurate than... Actually, no. There's multiple things I want to change with Pela, so I think more accurate than Pela, but less accurate than Firestone. Okay, next up is Welt, which I'm going to immediately put in, not S, but Chef's Kiss. For anyone wondering why, Welt is a character from another game, Honkai Impact 3rd. I don't know jack about that game. But he is a nihility character, and he is I think he likes to have his fun. Like, his nihility, which is like, oh, nothing matters. But I think he tries to deal with it by simply just doing everything that he can. That's why he's part of the Trailblaze. So I think it makes sense that he is nihility. Imaginary makes sense because of he's based off his like creativity, right? So that's fine. Talent is all about slowing black holes and all that fun jazz. I don't know. It's a lot of like of his thoughts and creativity into this. Honestly, I don't want to go over this. I'm gonna be honest personally, because I feel like it's already it's just even if I like go over it, I feel like it's just good. Like, it's a bounce attack, so it can focus on a target, but it can also at the same time do AoE for the slow. Whatever happens. Hitting enemies that are slowed, he does more damage. Because he can be built damage, but he can also be built as a support to prevent the enemy from doing anything. Yeah, the black hole, which delays enemies and reduces their speed. He also has the gravitational thing, which reduces the movement speed in the field and also imprisons enemies. So very good. This increases the damage received by the target by 12% when you use ult. So just more nihility. Erudition, well, for those of you who don't know, is smart. He actually is wise. So it makes sense that he does get energy off of ult. And then this one deals more damage to enemies inflicted weakness break. And same thing. It's like same thing with like Pela, like exploit weaknesses. So he is again smart and did with that. So makes a lot of sense. I think Welt is Chef's Kiss. I don't think there is anything I would want to change with Welt at all. So Welt is Chef's Kiss. I feel like I didn't even need to go over his kit, but you know, it is what it is. Okay, next up is Bronya. Bronya is the Supreme Guardian of the there we go. She is the Supreme Guardian of Belobog, so she is a leader. She's Harmony. She wants to keep the peace and everything. Makes perfect sense that she's Harmony. Wind, I guess it kind of makes sense that she's Wind because, you know, bullet, shoot fast, you know. But at the same time, it could also argue physical, but I'd say Wind is okay. Because I think she is also trying to advocate integrating everything into whatchamacallit, everyone into Belobog. So like the underworld and the overworld are like kind of joined together now, and she's trying to cause a lot of change. Therefore, wind I think makes a lot of sense because winds of change. I am absolutely grasping at straws here, but you know. But yeah. Let me also get the dagger up. There you go. I'm not trying to stab Firefly, don't worry guys. Let me actually use this one. I'm not trying to stab Firefly, guys, don't worry. Anyway, talent. When she uses basic attack, she acts and advances herself. This is more so a strategical talent, more so though than a actual like buffing talent or anything. Like this is helpful to just simply time Bronya with your other like DPS and all that fun jazz. So this is actually very good. The fact that Bronya is like more so an intellectual because she is like raised to literally be the leader of her of her world. So I think it makes a lot of sense. Combat redeployment literally increases their damage, and it immediately makes the ally take action. She's a leader, and she inspires people, and it really shows in her story. And I think this fits a lot here. Like, I don't think people really hated on Bronya. I think people mostly like didn't like Cocolia because of her direction, and Bronya is just kind of like taking the brunt of things because of a new succession, you know. So yeah. Anyway, Belobog March increases all allies' attack, so it's an AOE ult for allies. So erudition again, she is smart, makes sense. But yeah, I like it, and it's crit damage. So I think she has like a big like she is driven with purpose, and I think a hunt is all about also having purpose. So crit damage makes sense with Bronya. Then we got command, crit rate. I mean, I don't think this matters at all. I'm gonna be perfectly honest, because Bronya doesn't do damage. But I mean, hunt, she is driven by purpose. Therefore, I guess sure, why not? And then we have, at the start of battle, all allies' defense increased by 20% for 2 turns. Defense is associated with preservation, and Belobog does worship Klipoth. Therefore, we need a Klipoth mention somewhere. But yeah, battlefield gives people defense. AoE as well. It's all allies, so the fact, there you go, erudition again. And then military might, all allies deal 10% more damage. AoE harmony buff. There you go, more erudition. Right? And then same thing here. All allies attack increase. 2 turns, again, another buff, another erudition. Makes sense. I don't think I need to change anything with Bronya. Like, it's good. Like, I don't think anyone is complaining about Bronya's kit at all. Like, even if Sparkle freaking power creeped her. Still good. Still really good. I'll put her at S. Or maybe near top of A. I think S is fine though. So, like, I don't think I would change anything with Bronya. I think she's good as is. And I think it fits her very well as a leader of Belobog. So, makes sense. Next up is Jeppy himself. I think I will put Japard at S as well. Just preemptively. But we will go over Japard. Actually, can I even go over? I don't think I don't have Japard. Hold on. Let me check if I can actually check Japard's kit. Because if I cannot, then it's gonna be rough. Okay, we can. We can. Okay. So Japard has a basic attack. Makes sense. Talent. When he is defeated, he comes back up. He can only do this once per battle, but he comes back. Preservation. He is the preservation guy. So I think it makes perfect sense that like he does this. Like, so yeah. His skill doesn't do a shield. It's ice, and he freezes. So freezing is remembers. He's also ice, so that makes sense. So there's that. We also have a big shield, giant shield, which is what Japard is very well known for. His ult is very cheap, and it's a big shield. It is for 3 turns, and if you're using fast allies, it may not be the best thing in the world, but it is still very good to have. Next is bonus ability, Integrity. He is the captain of the Silvermane Guards, and he is very freaking tanky. Like, you want to kill the captain if you are a if you are the enemy. You probably want to kill the leader, like, to reduce morale of the troops, of the enemy troops by a lot. So it makes sense that like Japard has an increased chance of getting hit. And let's see, when Unyielding Will is triggered, so whenever he gets defeated for whatever reason, his energy will be restored. So he has erudition. He is actually pretty smart, I will say that. So for anyone wondering, I think this shows his tactical intelligence. I think Japard is actually also very, very smart as well, just in general. So I think this fits him. But at the same time, you know, it could be better abilities. Like, these two could be different, in my personal opinion. But that's a balance thing. Anyway, Grit increases his attack by 35% based off of his defense, and the effect will refresh at the start of each turn. So if someone does a buff on him for defense at the start of his turn, he'll take that buff into account at the start of his turn. So yeah, makes sense. I like it. Or if it's not his turn and he loses a defense buff, he can use ult before the start of his turn, so he can get more stuff here. And I guess this shows that like Japard can do some damage, because for those of you who don't know, his stuff is attack scaling, or like his attacks are attack scaling, but this makes his defense or his attack or defense or attack scale off of defense, so that's actually very nice. And it helps him do damage. He is not a damage dealer by any means, but it does help him do some damage. Because he is the captain, he has to show that he can hold his own, and shows a lot that he can hold his own. So honestly, now that I'm looking at this, I'm probably gonna put him down from S, because I feel like there could be some changes, but I'm definitely very satisfied with his kit. So I'm going to bump down Japard to where Serval's at, because I feel like there could be some changes. But overall, I am very satisfied with his kit. So actually, in fact, I'm gonna put this. I think with that, I'm gonna put that higher than not physical, fire MC, but lower than everyone else. All right. Next up, we have Clara. Okay, I'm gonna say right now, Clara was my unofficial main, I'd say, in the game. So now that we have more characters, I still really like using Clara. So yeah, you can see here, he's almost maxed out here. I should probably try to focus on maxing her out, because I do use her a lot. But anyway, Clara. It's mostly about Svarog, so we're mostly gonna base all of this off of Svarog, but we can talk about Clara as well. We barely know much about like Clara or Svarog, I think, as a character, so it's gonna be pretty hard to say. But based on what we know, I'm going to assume it's pretty accurate. What we're gonna look at right now. So talent, Svarog does a counter if Clara gets hit, and then marks the enemy. So there is some elation. So follow-up is a counterattack follow-up, that's elation. That gives me elation 5s. The issue is that I don't consider Clara or Svarog as fun-loving characters. So it kind of feels a bit weird. But at the same time, it's a counterattack, so like it makes sense that Svarog is protecting Clara, but at the same time, it's a follow-up attack. So it makes me question a little bit, but not that much. I'd say if Clara's kit was like more about taunting or taking damage, but taking damage empowers Clara's next abilities, I think it would feel a lot more fitting. But for the sake of things, I don't know, man. Svarog is a security robot, so I think it makes sense that he is destruction. He's meant to kind of protect and destroy the enemies, so I'd say destruction makes sense as well. For anyone wondering why I didn't talk about that, makes sense. Ult buffs Clara to make her more likely to take damage, and buffs the counter. This is an AoE, and it deals. It removes all the marks of counter. I think it's fine. I think this like shows like Svarog's like that Svarog. I'm probably being racist here, quote unquote, but Svarog is a robot and he does know how to do calculations and all that fun jazz. So therefore, this is like AoE, therefore erudition. So I think it makes a lot of sense here. And then technique increases the chance of Clara getting hit by enemies. Some more taunt, which makes me think preservation, which again is part of Bellabog, and Bellabog tends to be all about preservation, so makes sense. So when attacked, this character has a chance to remove a debuff. This feels like abundance, but at the same time, this is cleansing yourself. So I'd say this is more preservation than abundance, like disability. So I'd say makes a lot of sense here. Chance to resist crowd control debuff increased by 35%, so very nice. So like this, basically it helps a lot with like resisting debuffs. So like preservation stuff here. Also reduces damage here, so preservation as well. I think it's accurate in terms of like preservation, and then it increases counter damage by 30%. I think the kit makes a lot of sense. I'd say like I personally feel like instead of a retaliate, I feel like Clara should get a buff for the next attack. If whenever they get hit. And an ultimate maybe like increases the amount of times you can do all that, or amount of like stacks you get or something. I don't know. But yeah, I'd say I would definitely change stuff. Is it a direction I would go for? Yeah, I'm okay with the direction, but I feel like it could definitely go in a different direction. But at the same time, it does feel accurate. But I feel like it just feels like the fundamentals of Clara feel like something I wouldn't go for as a lore-wise. Lore-wise, I would probably make Clara as a character do something else. Personal opinion, but a C for Clara as well. Totally not doing that for that reason. But yeah, anyway. Next up, also if you heard the beep, it was a microwave. But anyway, next up is Yanqing. I do have Yanqing, but I'm not allowed to use him. So yeah. I think Yanqing's kit, based on what I've seen or remember, is actually pretty accurate. So let's go over it. Talent is, I believe, is Soul Steel Sync. Increases his crit rate and crit damage, and he has a 50% chance to perform a follow-up attack. And he deals ice damage, and it can freeze. So he has a follow-up attack, which means elation, and I think he does really like battling. He does like fighting, so I think it makes sense that he has a follow-up attack. So I like that. His skill is single target, and it activates his Soul Steel Sync buff, which helps him with his follow-up attack. So makes a lot of sense in my personal opinion. I'd say it fits him well. So therefore, Hunt / Elation is what I'm getting off of here. Ult increases his crit damage and crit rate. So I think that's like pretty good. Probably want to use this. I don't know if you want to use this after you use skill or what. I don't know the order of when you use his ult. So I think it does kind of matter like when you use this stuff. So he is a little strategic in that regard. He is a lieutenant after all, so I guess it makes sense. After using technique, start of the next battle, he deals 30% more damage to enemies whose current HP is 50% or higher. Okay, so doing more damage, very nice. Yeah, Trace here deals additional ice damage to enemies with ice weakness. You know, just do more damage, makes sense. Effect res increased by 20%. Effect res makes me think of abundance or preservation, but this is for himself, so I'd say preservation. I don't know. Or like destruction. And I feel like he is like kind of battle hungry, so I'd say more destruction than preservation. So yeah. And then this increases his speed, right? So when he crits, he gets speed, which is Hunt, so it makes sense as well. I don't know. I think it fits him really well. Like honestly, I think his kit is like, it makes a lot of sense. I know like people meme on his kit because of the follow-up attack being inconsistent, because it's a fixed chance, not like a base chance. And he has like a base chance to also freeze as well. So like you can go affect hit rate on him, which makes me think remembrance and annihility kind of. So I don't know. Like I think it fits him really well. He has fun battling, and he is like pretty battle hungry. So I think it makes sense. And he is a Cloud Knight lieutenant of the Hunt. So it makes a lot of sense that he does a lot of this stuff. Of what he does, single target, speed buff, follow-up attack that does single target damage. I feel like it makes a lot of sense. Sucks that it's that he doesn't do enough damage. Maybe he does a lot of damage, I don't know. But it sucks that he does require a lot of babying. But I think if you do allow him to do what he does, I think he can do a ton of damage. So I think he is S tier because I think his kit fits him a lot. Not because he's been jobbing a lot, but because it fits what he does. So yeah. Let me go here. Put Yen Shi in S tier because I think it fits him a lot. And I'm surprised we have a lot of like S's and A's. I'm curious about when we're gonna start getting like C, D, F tiers, because I don't know. Getting a suspicious amount of high tiers here. Anyway, next up is Bailu. I don't use Bailu because I do not approve of Bailu, but here we are. Bailu is Lightning Abundance. She does do the zoomies, so I guess it does make sense that she's lightning. Abundance, she is a healer. She is called the healer lady for a reason, so it makes a lot of sense that she is a healer. Imagine being a healer that doesn't heal. Anyway. Talent is all about the invigoration thing that she does. I believe this is only from her ult. Yeah. So when an ally receives a killing blow, a Bailu will immediately heal that ally, and they will come back. So she has a revive. I don't know if that makes complete sense, but I guess I guess it's okay. You know, she is kind of a miracle cure kind of person, so I guess maybe it works out. Skill is a bounce. It's a bounce heal. It heals a random ally 2 times. You target a person and then it heals another random ally. It's pretty inconsistent, the healing, but if you really need to do it, then you can. Generally, most people tend to just use ult all the time. You know, it's kind of like how you use like Natasha. You generally just use basic, and then you use ult when need be. And then if you have to cleanse or you have to do something else, you use skill. Or if it's like a huge emergency, if you don't have ult, then you can use a skill. Generally just use ult, but yeah. Ult heals all allies, and then they apply invigoration. Which is this. When they get hit, they restore allies' HP based on Bailu's HP. So it's nice. Yeah, invigoration, just more healing. Invigoration can trigger one more time. Wait. Oh, effect can trigger 2 times. Okay, so I can trigger more times. When Bailu heals a target ally above their normal max HP, their max HP increases by 10%. So in case you overheal, you get some extra max HP to overheal by a little bit. And then some preservation takes less damage when you have invigoration. So I see some preservation and some that's it actually. It's preservation and abundance. It's kind of all I get from this kit, really. I guess the bounce is elation in a sense because it's random. So I guess you can kind of say it's like, oh man, she's elated because she likes to go out and have fun and like skip her duties and stuff. But otherwise, and she's a little gremlin. But otherwise, I'd say it's pretty accurate to Bailu. Would I change some stuff? Not really. I don't think I would change much from Bailu, except for maybe a cleanse. But even then, I don't know. Even then, I don't know. So yeah. Where would I want to put Bailu? I don't want to change much of Bailu. Oh, sorry. Oh my goodness. Yeah, and I didn't have my 8 hours of sleep. Therefore, I'm yawning a lot. Okay, anyway. I'm gonna put Bailu. I don't know. I feel like I don't want to change anything, but at the same time, I kind of do. Therefore, I think I'm putting in the same tier as Natasha. Like, I'm satisfied with Bailu's kit. It's just, I feel like I could also potentially change things, but I don't need to. All right, next up, Seela. Oh, one of my favorite characters, Seela. Okay, Seela is the key, guys. Seela is the key. Seela's key. Okay. Seela. She is Hunt Quantum. Don't ask me if Quantum makes sense. Probably does, I think. The basic attack is a basic attack, but it actually also matters because when you use basic, she action advances herself. So Hunt, she has a lot of conviction and she's like very true to her word. So I think Hunt makes a lot of sense for Seela. She also increases her speed when she uses skill, and she does single target damage. Makes a lot of sense. Talent. When you kill an enemy, you get an extra turn. Again, this is I think a Hunt thing as well. Get an extra turn as well, so another Hunt related thing. While in the buff state, you do more damage. So more Hunt. This is just big PP damage. So deal tons of damage. And then she has stealth. Does that matter to anyone? Not really. But she'll immediately enter the buff state with Resurgence, the 75%, or I forget if it's 80%. If you max it out. I don't know about 80%, but like if you max it out, it's like a different number. I don't know, but this number, or you get that number when you get this. Anyway, this Nightshade, she gets less chance of getting hit when she's less than half health. That's whatever. That's kind of like a generic like hunt trace, so I'm okay with that. When she's in buff state, she gets quantum res pen, so more damage, makes sense. And we already mentioned this one, action advance when you use basic attack. I actually really like Sela's kit. I think it makes a lot of sense for her. I guess in the sense you can also say this is like preservation, because she is making sure she's not getting hit. I guess that's like an excuse if you want to like, I'll say like she's part of Bellabog and that's why she has that. I guess, but otherwise I think it fits her very well. I think this is an S tier kit for accuracy wise, so I will put her in S tier. Not S tier because S for Sela, but S tier because it fits her really well. I'm gonna put her next to Bronya for obvious reasons. So yeah, and because I think they're about the same accuracy anyway, so I think it makes sense. Next up we have Jingyuan. So now we're going to the limited 5 stars and the 4 stars that came in later. Jingyuan. I don't use Jingyuan, but because I'm not allowed to use them. But let's talk about him. Alright, Jingyuan. He has Lightning Lord. When you do more when you do things, you increase his Lightning Lord's action value. So hits per action increase by 2 when you use this. This doesn't do anything. And ult increases the hits per action by 3. Is it AoE? Both of these are AoE. He is Erudition, Lightning. He is using Lightning Lord, so makes sense to use Lightning. And then this is a follow-up. It's technically considered a follow-up attack. Yeah, so this is a follow-up attack that is a bounce. Is it a bounce? Yeah, it's a bounce. So there's that. So he does kind of want to have his fun, like kind of like secretly, even though it doesn't feel like it sometimes. So I guess understandable that he does have a follow-up attack. Erudition, these are both just Erudition. And then Lightning Source hit per action greater or equal to 6 in the next turn. Crit damage increased by 25%. You have crit damage. He does want to be built crit, so hunt, you know. And he is a general of the hunt, so makes a lot of sense. Crit damage buff that's all about the hunt. This increases the Lightning Lord's hits per action, so it doesn't really matter too much. It's just tied to talent. Erudition stuff immediately regens 15 energy. Start battle. Crit rate increased by 10% when he uses skill. So his after skill is used, not when skill is used. So just want to note that. But it is more crit. So again, hunt. He is a general of the hunt. Makes perfect sense. Do I like his kit? I like his kit a lot. In fact, I feel like he's been like constantly indirectly buffed. So I think it makes a lot of sense. So anyway, did that make any sense whatsoever? What I just said just now? No, but I'm gonna put him at a high A. I think this is like the pinnacle of A. Could it be something different? Honestly, no. No, it doesn't. Not really. I'm gonna put him higher than Yenshing, but lower than Bronya. Because I feel like Bronya's stuff, and I think it's like way more accurate, and I'm way more satisfied with Bronya and everyone above than Jingyuan. So, and I'm more satisfied with Jingyuan stuff than Yenshing for obvious reasons. But you know, anyway. Next up is Yukong. Okay, this is gonna be interesting. Yukong. go to Yukon. That is the wrong thing. Okay, Yukon. I'm a little bit unsure about Yukon. She is a leader, so she's the head of the Skyfaring Commission. He's a Harmony imaginary character. He's also a former pilot. So let's talk about this. So basic attack initially deals imaginary damage equals 75%. Yukon's grace. Okay, so this basically says you deal more damage with basic every other turn. So it's nice to just do more like break. So it's nice. I'd say breaking is like hunt and destruction path. So in this case, in this context, it's hunt. She is the leader of the Skyfaring Commission, so I think Harmony does make a lot of sense for like a leadership role. Imaginary, I don't know, but it is what it is. Anyway, skill is a buff that gives people roaring bowstrings. So the next two actions or allies acting increases their attack by 75%. And then after two turns, she loses a stack of bowstring. Or after that, it's like it's gone. Yeah. All right, and then with her ult, if her roaring bowstring is active, also this is a single target. Just want to note that. So she does a lot more break with single target. The roaring bowstring is active, so if she has her buff up, she gives everyone crit rate and crit damage while roaring bowstring is active. And she also deals a lot of damage. So she can potentially be used to be built like crit if you really want her to crit. Like honestly, you could try it out. I don't know how good it is, but you can absolutely try out to see like if you can do a lot of damage with Yukong, like herself. But otherwise, yeah. Talent, she go real super fast, and then she gives roaring bowstrings. The fact that she goes fast, she zooms, is speed, which is hunt, which makes a lot of sense. We got resist debuff every 2 turns. So not every other turn, but every like 2 turns. Like 1 turn and then bup, and then she can resist. Not like with the talent where it's like use basic and then gotta wait a turn and then you do it again. But yeah, this screams preservation because it's effect res. It's basically effect resing. All imaginary damage dealt by all allies increased by 12%. This is a AoE buff, so I'm gonna say erudition. She is a leader. She is also pretty smart. She's tactical as well, so it makes sense. And then more erudition stuff here with energy whenever an ally takes action. So this is hunt and erudition because of the fact that whenever an ally takes an action, she gets this effect. It's energy regen, so it's also erudition. So I think this encompasses Yukong pretty well. Would I change her kit? I think it fits her lore as a character, but I can't really say much else on it. And by the way, for anyone wondering, I am not talking about the animations because the animations, of course, I think their animations are their lore. Therefore, we're not going to talk about the animations. But I think for the sake of character kit, I think it's good. I'm very satisfied with her kit. I don't think I would put her in S tier though. Therefore, I think I will move her to I'll move her here because I'm very satisfied with it. But some people can argue for changes, but I would not really argue for it. I am satisfied with what she has right now, even if it's not the best thing in the world. I am satisfied with Yukong. So yeah. Next up is Silver Wolf, who is Nihility, Quantum Nihility. Where is Silver Wolf? Where's Silver Wolf? Okay, there it is. All right. Quantum Nihility. She is part of Celeron Hunters, and the Celeron Hunters is all about the finality. Finality is all about the end. And Nihility is like, oh, nothing matters, therefore, might as well follow the script till the end. So I think it makes sense that she's Nihility. So yeah. Start with her talent first because it ties into all of her attacks. She has a chance to inflict a bug, which does different things. So this Nihility does a debuff. She has defense shred, which shows that she's like very smart. She likes to like expose weakness and stuff. So I think that's very cool. And then this also like implants weaknesses. So again, it shows how like gamer and like her intelligence. So I think it fits her as well. Too bad there are people that freaking implant weakness already anyway. So it is what it is. Pepe hands, Silver Wolf getting power crept. But yeah. Anyway, got their toughness reduction regardless of enemy weakness. With this, and does it reduce defense? No, it doesn't. Maybe it might because of talent. Like maybe it'll trigger a bug, but otherwise nothing of note. But bonus ability. Okay, sorry. Traces. The bug duration is extended by an extra turn. I've never really looked at the traces really, I'm gonna be honest. And when an enemy is inflicted with weakness break, she has a chance of implanting a random bug in the enemy. Okay, interesting. Duration of weakness implanted by Silver Wolf skill increased by 1 turn. So this stays for 2 turns, now it stays for 3. And then there are 3 more debuffs affect the enemy. The skill decrease enemies all type res by additional 3%. This goes pretty well with her own kit because each bug is a debuff, so makes a lot of sense. We go here. S for Silver Wolf. Yes. it like she has some stuff that shows like how smart she is. Actually, let me check that. Wait, I forget if she has let me go back to Silver Wolf real quick. Let me traces. Yeah, you have implant weaknesses that are like very strategic, and he has the bugs that can do attack reduction, defense reduction, speed reduction, defense shred, res pen, or reduce damage res, and then yeah, it's good. Anyway, next up we have, let me go to the tier list. Locha. I'm going to be honest, I don't have enough info about Locha. Lore wise, not kit wise. We don't know nothing about this man. All we know is that he's a healer, and that's and he wants to kill the Aeon of Abundance. He wants to kill Yaosha. That's all I know about freaking Locha. Like, yes, we could go into like the Honkai Impact 3 stuff, but even then, we can't be 100% certain. So I'm not gonna say any of that. Locha is gonna be 100% putting not enough info. As much as I want to actually rate him, he just doesn't have. We just don't know anything about this man, and that's why like I tend to rate this guy low in my character rankings, because I just don't know anything about it. But yeah, Locha's probably gonna be the only character and not enough info. So just want to note that. If you want to in chat or in the comments, you are free to say what you think Locha's kit is in the tier list, like based on like how accurate his kit is to his lore. You get feel free to tell me. I was like, oh, he has a lot of abundance stuff, makes sense, or whatever. He has a quote unquote follow up clutch heal or whatever, like, and that says he has elation or whatever. I don't know. Feel free to say whatever the frick you want in the comments. But Locha, I personally feel like I don't have enough information to rate him, so therefore I will put him in this tier. Next up, Blade. I don't have Blade because I'm not allowed to use Blade, so here we are. Blade, he is wind destruction. He wants to destroy himself. So it makes a lot of sense that he is destruction. But he still stands because he's forced to stay alive, unfortunately for him. He is also part of the Stellar Hunters, so he wants to destroy. He wants to meet his end. He is part of finality because Stellar Hunters, it's all about finality, and yeah, in the script, of course. Anyway, talent. When he takes damage, he gets a follow up. And if he takes damage enough times, he gets a follow up attack. Does that mean he likes to have fun? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know about that, but he does heal himself. This is mostly his way of trying to stay alive. His talent and his ult is his main way of staying alive. So I don't know. Would I change the follow-up attack to be something else? Yeah, I'm gonna be perfectly honest, because Blade definitely does not seem like a guy who wants to have fun. So, because he wants to end himself. Therefore, I don't know about that. Anyway, he consumes his HP, which again makes sense. He consumes his own HP. It makes a lot of sense in his kit, and it is like lore. So, I like this a lot. And he does basic attacks. Whenever he does basic attack, he loses his own health. It says it right here. He consumes HP and he deals wind damage. And then his ult sets his HP to 50% of his max HP. If he loses HP, he does get more damage. Yeah, 24% of the tally of his HP lost in the current. Oh no, in the current battle. Wait, let me check. Oh no, 60% of the tally of Blade's HP lost in the current battle. Oh, okay. Never mind. It's all his current battles, but you still want to lose health because it helps him do more damage. So, yes. You want to generally you do want to use if he's dying, then of course you can use ult. If you have no other way of saving Blade, you can use his ult to increase his health, or if he's fine, you could just attack normally with ultimate, which is using it when he's high health, so that he gets more HP loss, which contributes to his ult damage. So yeah, very good. His technique consumes his HP, and is nice because he wants to consume his HP, which contributes to his ult damage and all that fun jazz. So yep, I like that. Let's see. When Blade's current HP is at 50% of max HP or lower, incoming healing increases by 20%. So basically, he gets more healing when he's low health or less than half health. He hits a weakness enemy after using his enhanced basic. He'll restore HP equal to 5. It says max HP plus 100. Oh, okay. Because this reduces his health. But if you do this, he gets some of his health back. Okay, interesting. And then this one allows his follow-up attack damage from talent damage to be increased. Again, I'm not sure how I feel about him using a follow-up attack, because follow-up attacks are generally associated with elation, and I don't know, man. Like, it's more so about destruction because he heals when he uses his follow-up attack, but still, the fact that it's a follow-up attack makes me feel a little iffy. Like the same thing with Clara. And this is kind of like one of his main like bread and butter ways of doing damage, other than his enhanced basic. So honestly, I'm not sure if I want to put in a B or C. But the thing is, Blade's follow-up attack isn't everything about Blade. He loses HP and he has a lot of HP. That's his main gimmick. But he also just has a follow-up attack, which helps him sustain a little bit more. So I think for the sake of I'm going to put him around where Arlen is. because I think there could definitely be changes for Blade, just like to make him feel more accurate. But otherwise, the rest of his kit's fine. It's like literally only one single thing that I don't like about it. That is like that makes him feel less accurate with his lore. Otherwise, I'm fine with it. Like everything else is pretty spot on. Like I would put him at A tier, but because of like one single thing that really bugs me, I'm putting him at low B. Because if it's like a big part of the kit, for like Clara's follow-up attack thing, if it doesn't feel right on Clara lore wise, then that's why you put it in C. I'm okay with it, but at the same time, it could be different. That's why it's in C. That's why Clara's in C and Blade's in B. Because Blade's fundamentals are fine. It's just he has one single part about him that I don't like, which is the follow-up attack. But otherwise, yeah. Anyway, next up is Luca. I don't have the echo thing on hand, so I can't really do the echo with Luca with like how Howard does it, aka the VA for Howard. So let's go to Luca. I have Luca because he's a 4-star, so let's go with him. Okay, he has a enhanced basic when he gets 2 stacks of fighting will. So he does 3 hits, which each hit dealing physical damage equals to 10% of his attack to a single. Then he does a rising uppercut, which deals physical damage equal to 40% of Luca's attack to a single enemy target. Okay, obviously this is it just deals a lot of like toughness damage. Okay, which is very nice. Talent. Okay, so when he uses direct punch or lacerating fist, he saves a stack of fighting will. So basically, if he uses his unenhanced basic or his skill, he gets fighting will. And when he has 2 or more stacks of fighting will, his basic attack will be enhanced to the Sky Shatter Fist. Yep. And then rising uppercut hits when it hits a bleeding enemy, it will immediately deal damage equal to 71% of the original damage to target. Okay, makes a lot of sense. And start battle, Luca possesses 1 stack of fighting will. Okay. And then this one deals bleed. Oh yeah, he's also physical, which I know people was like, man, Luca looks like he's fire, but he's actually physical. He punches. His main thing is punching. Therefore, I think it makes more sense that he's physical than fire. Like based on what he does. Based on how he looks, yeah, he definitely looks more like fire. But based on like his abilities, he definitely is a physical guy. But yeah. Anyway, ultimate gives him 2 stacks of the fighting will, and it increased the single enemy's target damage received by 12% for 3 turns. Then he'll deal damage, yada yada yada. So basically, it's a damage vulnerability. So it gives a debuff for increased damage, and it does a lot of damage. And it gives him the stacks of fighting will, which helps him do the bleed thing, which is great. Wait, is it all bleeds? Wait. Bleed status will immediately deal damage for 1 time equal. I don't know if this counts multiple bleeds. You feel free to tell me if you play Luca and you know how Luca works. Does the talent affect multiple bleed stacks, or is it only 1 bleed? Because again, like I'm not allowed to use Luca, so I can't say. But immediately attack the enemy, deals physical damage, yada yada yada. Inflict skills bleed, then he gains fighting will. Okay, so he gets 2 at the start of the battle, basically. If he's the one initiating. You have talent, which when skill is used, immediately dispels a buff from the enemy target. Oh, so he's like Pela because he dispels a buff. Wait, Luca can dispel a buff too. Oh, man. So if you have Luca and you have an enemy that does the buff thing, he's actually pretty good at dealing with those guys because he just gives that enemy, he removes that buff. So That remember that one guy that I really hate, the guy that like heals himself whenever he hits, like with that buff. Uh, sure you can use Luca against him, but obviously he's not weak to physical. But you can still use his skill to get rid of the buff. But you know, it is what it is. Every stack of fighting will additionally regenerate 3 energy. Okay, so whenever he gets fighting will, he gets 3 energy. Okay. I was about to say, like, oh man, does he gain like 9 energy whenever he has like 3 stacks? No, I don't think that's how it is. So, yeah. And then this one, when using enhanced basic, every hit of the punch has a 50% chance for Luca to do an additional hit. And obviously, he can't do more hits from the additional hit. So if he gets an extra hit from the 50%, that additional hit does not proc chain into the 50%. All right, this is not Risk of Rain 2, where everything you're gonna potentially proc chain into each other. Okay, but yeah. So Luca's Nihility, a lot of single target. He is very single target. I think he is very much driven with like a very big purpose. If you saw the Luca quest, or if you did the Luca quest, you know he is driven by a big purpose, and I think it very much shows in how he is. And I think like he is feeling a lot of pressure from like the Nihility. I think like it makes sense like he's Nihility because like he's feeling a lot of pressure about the responsibility of doing all that, and he kind of keeps it to himself. So and yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense. Like it makes good sense. Therefore, I'm gonna put him in A tier. Like would there be changes? Probably. Like some people would argue that he could be something. He could be another path in general, but I think a path is okay. Therefore, I'll put him in here. Higher than actually no. Put him. There you go. Put him next to the other redhead. We'll put him here because there could be changes, and I feel like I'm more inclined to change Luca than like everyone else above him. So we're gonna do that. So yeah, next character is Kafka. Ooh. Well, Kafka. Everyone's character that they awooga for when they first saw the dang game. All right. Kafka is Nihility and Lightning. She has. Does it have to be Lightning? I don't know. I'll be honest with you. I have no idea if it has to be Lightning or if it could be something else. But the fact that she's Nihility is fine because again, she is Stellar Hunter. And Stellar Hunters are all about the finality, and the finality is all about the end. And Nihility means like nothing matters, therefore we'll just do it anyway. We'll follow the script till the end, yada yada yada. So makes sense. But I don't know about the element. Could it be something different? I don't know, but I think it's fine for now. Anyway, talent. She deals a follow-up attack damage, and she can do shock. So Nihility plus Elation. I mean, she sometimes does go off script, like oh man, it's not in the script, so why does it matter? We'll have my fun, you know. So I think she does like to have her fun, and I think it kind of actually shows. So like, especially with how she treats other Stellar Hunters and the MC. So honestly, I think talent's okay. Skill is it detonates dots. Is the infamous reason why Kafka is the dot character. It's because she detonates dots. That's it. Like that's what she does. She detonates dots. Ultimate gives shock as well as detonating the dot as well. right? Unless I'm wrong. Wait, deals lightning damage used to say the basis shot ability attack just crit shot. No, that's probably a trace. Yeah, yeah. It's a trace. But this one is the technique is apply dot. Makes sense. Based on her ult. Trace, this allows her to trigger the dots with ult, same as like skill. And then this one, when if an enemy is defeated while shocked, she generates energy. She is pretty sly, so I think it makes a lot of sense. Nihility plus erudition, so it shows like her sly kind of side. I guess it like makes a lot of sense. Base chance of target enemies that get shocked by ultimate, technique, or talent increases by 30%. Okay, so like base chance of this is a 100% base chance, and this is also 100% base chance. This is also 100% base chance, so this is a 130% base chance, so it means you don't really need a build effect hit rate on Kafka, which is great. Because she needs to focus on other stats like attack, speed. So you can have some of your AHR is okay. Like if you want to like guarantee things, but otherwise it's fine. Like I still have like another node here that we could potentially do. But yeah. Overall, very accurate. I really like Kefka. I don't have a bias, but I don't think she needs much of a change, in my personal opinion. In fact, I want to put her like here because she doesn't feel like she needs a change. Some can argue, but at the same time, I don't think there's many people who will argue about it. So I think it's like around the same as Harmony MC. I don't think people argue about Harmony MC changing their kit at all. So I'd say around Kafka would be the same as like Harmony MC in terms of that regard. So next up is Dill Pickle. Okay. I am seeing the time. We may need to go faster. Okay, Daniel. Okay, let's try to speed things up a little bit. All right. Daniel is imaginary destruction. Does it fit Dill Pickle? I don't know. Like, does destruction fit Imbiber de Lude? I can't tell. Like, I'm not sure how I feel about it. Although he feels more like propagation than destruction, because he uses a lot of skill points and he likes basic attacking. He's like similar to like QQ in that regard. So I don't know. Like he's very SP hungry, like extremely SP hungry. So you have to keep that in mind. I'm not sure how I feel about at first glance. I'm not sure how I feel about him. Because it's literally all of this is based off of his skill in enhancing his basic attack. So yeah, all is like single target blast, and it's blast regardless, blast at max. So I don't know. And after each hit during an attack, he gets a stack of Righteous Heart, which stacks up to 6 times, which lasts until the end of his turn. Okay. So basically, he does more damage the more hits he does, and then ultimate lets him be more SP or less SP negative, and then this one I believe gives him a stack of this thing, so he gets an extra like SP basically for his skill. Regen 15 energy again. Daniel is more on the analytical side. Erudition makes sense. Increase current resist crowd control debuff by 35%. We can argue that between like for resisting crowd control, I always like to say I can argue between destruction or preservation. So I'm gonna forego my thoughts on this one for now. Go to the next one. Crit damage increased by 24% when you deal damage to enemies that are imaginary weak, which you're always gonna be fighting against those guys if you're bringing Daniel or Dill Pickle to the table, so makes sense. There's also Hunt as well. Again, he is based off of the Zan show, so again makes sense. But I don't know. Like, the more I think about Dill Pickle, the less excited I feel about him, and it feels weird. And I just realized I have not looked at the screen here. My bad. Again. I guess I'm doing another screenshot. Okay. More screenshots means more time I waste, by the way, for editing. And I do want to get this up on YouTube edited as well. So doing mistakes like these is a problem. I'm gonna say right now. So yeah. I don't know. Like, at one point, I feel it's okay because I feel like Don Feng wanted to have the Videodora propagate, and this is propagation. It feels pretty accurate, but at the same time, it is Daniel. So it's like, I don't know. Like, I think for the sake of Don Feng, because I assume like the main reason he wanted to do what he did in the past was because he wanted to propagate. Maybe it's because he was in love with Bai Hung. I don't know. Like, I still have this weird headcanon. Like, Don Feng in the past really liked Bai Hung, and he wanted to propagate with Bai Hung. And that's why he did what he did with the forbidden technique or whatever. And now he's exiled, and now he's Don Hung. So yeah. I think it's accurate, but I'm gonna put it at A tier because, again, this is still Daniel. So I still feel a little weird about it. So put him in A. I'll put him here. Actually, here. Because I feel a bit weird about it. But at the same time, I know it's accurate. Because of Don Feng. So I'm going to put him at low A for now. Next up is Lynx. She is a... What's the term? Actually, I can just check the term in the thing here. Lynx. She is a explorer. Okay, we'll just say she's an explorer. So she has to like take care of herself and survive. She is abundant. She is a healer, by the way. Just say it. She's a healer. So she's abundant. She's quantum. I guess it makes sense. She is smart. She's kind of like an explorer, environmental explorer. So I think it makes a lot of sense that she would be smart. Quantum. I know quantum doesn't necessarily mean someone is smart, but you know, I like to headcanon things sometimes based on elements sometimes, because I didn't say a lot about like people's elements, actually, but for the sake of things, I'll say just that's why. Talent. When she uses ultimate, she does dot heal, and her skill allows her to do give people survival response, which gives a dot heal as well. So survival response comes from skill, which makes destruction or preservation characters additionally increase their chance of getting hit. So it's nice. Also restores health, obviously. Ult cleanses and heals. Very simple. And then her technique lets everyone get the continuous healing from her talent for 2 turns. Very nice. She is, again, this, like I said, I tend to treat this one as either destruction or preservation. Because she is part of Bellabog, we'll treat this as preservation. So she has a chance to reduce CC by 35%. Very good. She gets energy, again, erudition. She gets 2 energy when ally with survival response gets hit. So she gets 2 energy, erudition. She's smart. Makes sense. And then this one, extends the continuous healing from talent by an extra turn. So normally it's 2 turns, now it's 3. Very good. Yeah, very fast. I went over that one pretty quickly. I mean, she wants to explore and like find new things. And like, I feel like, I don't know. Do I agree that she should be a healer? She does have to deal with a lot of contingencies. There's a lot of dangerous stuff. So I guess, yeah. But at the same time, I feel like there could be a different direction. But at the same time, I don't know. I'm going to say Lynx is going to be B tier because I feel like there could have gone another direction. Or maybe even C. I don't know. What do you think, chat? Could it be C, B, or C? Lynx. So she's an explorer. But she is a healer. I don't know. When I think explorer, I don't really think abundance. I don't know. Maybe she seeks abundance. Maybe she wants to explore and see an abundance of like creatures and stuff. I don't know. I'm gonna put her at a B tier, probably like around Sampo level, because I'm not sure how I feel about Lynx. She could be B, she could be low A. So actually, no, she could just be A, but she could just be C. So I'm gonna put her in the middle, like I think similar to like Sampo. So I think there's a good fit. Next up is Fu. Oh, I actually really like Fu. So let's talk about Fu. Fu is a preservation character. She also has AoE with her ult. I know we're skipping from her from this to skipping like every other ability, but she has an AoE ult, which is AoE means erudition. So and she has she has a thing, I think an eye, the third eye, the eye on her forehead like is from Noose, the erudition. So I think it makes a lot of sense that is AoE. It's good. She also does a lot of calculations. So I think makes sense that she at least has some kind of erudition thing. Actually, in fact, she gets extra energy when she uses her skill, so erudition again. But talent makes people take less energy when she has her field up. When Fu's health goes to less than 50% health, she restores health, a lot of health actually. So if she gets to 1 HP, she restores up to 88% of her health. Actually, very nice. So yeah, she restores her health based on the amount of health she's missing. So the less health she has, the more health she gains. Obviously, that's not the best thing in the world. If she's losing a lot of health, that's not good. But you know, and skill distributes most of the damage to Fu Shren. That's how she tanks. That's what she does. This also heals as well. This ultimate, it heals allies. So there's some abundance, but I'm not sure how I feel about Fu being having a heal, because and when she's like part of the Zien show. But it is what it is. I don't know Fu's past. You feel free to tell me like what it's like. But yeah. Anyway. She also has crit. Yeah, she also gives people crit, which again makes sense because she's part of the hunt. But yeah. Increases max HP. Everyone's health, so erudition. If it's an AoE, you know, erudition. And then we have technique, which is a barrier. You can't hit. She can't get hit. When she has the barrier up, and she activates her skill when or she doesn't activate her, so she doesn't use skill, but she has her matrix active when you start battle with the thing. So yeah. We already talked about the energy, but yeah. Oh wait, no, this is the one that says heal all other allies. This one heals Fu. No, this talent heals Fu when she goes under 50%. It just increases the count for it. This heals everyone. Okay. Or heals everyone else. So, okay. Target enemy applies crowd control. Okay, so it's basically reduce crowd control like once for like everyone. So if someone resists the crowd control, the effect is gone. So but every time you use skill, it resets skin. So that and I guess the fact that she has a lot of like crit freaking minor traces, I guess, is like trying to emphasize she's part of the hunt. All right. Maybe that's why she has a lot of crit traces, because I need to emphasize her kit that she is part of the Xianqiu and she is with the hunt and not with Klipoth or anyone else. But yeah, would I agree that her kit should be like this? I don't know. I'm gonna be honest, I am not sure. Mostly because she has a heal. I know it's weird to say like, oh, she has a heal, therefore it's bad, but it's not a amazing heal. So like there's some heal, and then like there's self heal with her talent, which is okay because that's sustaining herself, which I can argue that's preservation. Which again, it's a little bit weird, but I guess preservation can also like preserve knowledge, and the Divination Commission is about that as about kind of about that as well, like preserving the knowledge. Because I forget what the thing is called, but there was a thing where like Fu Xuan was able to delve into people's memories and like store them and all that fun jazz. So it might be the Matrix of Prescience, it might be something else, I don't know, but she's able to store stuff, or the Divination Commission is able to store stuff. So maybe that's preservation. But otherwise, the heal makes me feel a little sus, but it's not a big deal. So I would say I'm gonna put her in low A, because I wouldn't really change anything about Fu, but we can argue that there are some changes. Therefore, I'd say around the same as Fire MC. All right, next up is Jingliu. Ooh. I kind of want to put her at S. I kind of want to put her at S. Like around here. But let's talk about it first. Okay. Jingliu. One of my favorite VAs. AKA Amelie, because I really like Amelie. Anyway. Jingliu is Ice Destruction. Actually, it makes sense that she's ice, because she wants to maintain her memories, but at the same time she knows that it's bad for her because of the Mara struck stuff. So yeah, actually let me check info again. Yeah, he's kind of like not Mara struck, but she's like kind of like in that line between. He's like kind of like constantly like tiptoeing death's door, like basically. So in terms of a long life species kind of thing. So yeah, anyway, skill is a single target, but if she has her stacks, she gets blast, so that's destruction and hunt, so makes sense. Talent is a Yu-Gi-Oh card, but basically she gets a lot of crit and she action advance herself when she gets 2 stacks, and it's very nice. She also drains all allies' health as well. Why? Don't worry about it. But I actually, you know what? If someone from the Xianqiu has a little bit of like abundance or like HP related stuff, I think I'm gonna excuse it, because technically, like if they're a long life species, then it may just be them that getting cursed by the abundance or something like that. So we'll treat it like that. So we'll say the 4% max health drain is like the curse. So yeah. And ult is a blast that does damage and gives syzygy. And this is the freeze and also gives her syzygy. And then freeze, again, more remembrance stuff. Also regenerates energy. She is an expert sword fighter, so I think it makes sense that she has like all this knowledge on sword fighting. Makes sense. Yeah. She has effect res by 35%. We'll assume this destruction. I think destruction also fits her well because of the fact that she is trying to destroy Neon. She is trying to destroy Yasha. So I think it makes a lot of sense that she is destruction. After she uses unenhanced basic, her next action is advanced forward. Hunt kind of stuff makes sense. Increase damage when you're in the form, when you're in the sussy form. So that's good. Doesn't say anything, but it's good. I like this a lot. I like her kit a lot. I think it's very accurate. And I think I was right to put her in S tier. So we're going to put her in S tier. In fact, I'm probably going to put her... do I want to put her higher or lower? I kind of want to put her higher than Sela. Well, the thing is, actually, I think Sela's is like it fits super well. Nah, I think it does. I think from Herda to Jingliu, I think it's like this exact same feeling. It's like it's perfect. I think it's perfect, and it doesn't need to be changed. It can be, like, maybe there's like a very extremely vocal minority, like very small minority may consider changing, but otherwise, I think it's good. Like, I don't think it needs to be changed. And there's probably very little people who would want to change their kits. So I'll keep them as S. How about keep them at S? Yes. Gwenaifen is an interesting one. She has Nihility. Fire and Nihility. Gwenaifen loves her fireworks, so I guess it makes sense that she's very explosive personality. So I think it also makes sense she's fire because of that. Nihility. Again, with the Sampo allegations being like, nothing matters anymore. Smile. I think Gwenaifen is kind of the same deal. She's a streamer, so she's definitely gonna be kind of the same mood as like Sampo, except she's not secretly like a masked fool or anything. But I think she is very fun-loving, so I'm actually surprised that Gwenaifen doesn't have a follow-up attack. Also, my Gwenaifen is not built because I don't really use her, unfortunately. Talent. Whenever they take burn damage, whenever an enemy takes burn damage, they apply Fire Kiss, which increases the damage they take. Skill is a blast damage that just causes burn. That's it. Ultimate. Immediately triggers burn. It immediately like triggers. It's like Kafka but with burn. So that's nice. But it only makes them take 82 or a percent of the original damage. It might increase once I increase the skill or the ult level. But yeah. This one is more Fire Kiss. That's nice. This makes basic attack potentially burn. This action advances Gwenaifen, which I think is nice because, again, she is part of the Jianzhou, therefore Hunt, makes sense. Deals more damage to burn enemies. Yeah, that's fine. I am not sure how I feel about Gwenaifen. I think it's the same. I think I'm going to treat her like the same as Sampo. Like, she could be Elation. She could have had a follow-up attack. Because I feel like she should have had a follow-up attack. Like, personal opinion. Because she's a streamer and she loves to have fun. And I think there's an opportunity lost from her not having a follow-up attack. Therefore, I'm going to rate her the same as Seppo. In B. Because there could have been that link to elation, but it wasn't. But the thing was with Sampo, he is a masked fool, whereas Gwenhyfen can just have like one follow-up attack. So I'm gonna say B. I'm gonna say B here, like higher than Sampo. Yeah, I was gonna say higher than Sampo. That's it. Don't know if I want to put it at A. Maybe A, but I think B is perfect. All right. Next up is Top Ass. Is a character that I don't have, but I actually want. The fact that she is coming in 2.5 is potentially good depending on how well I roll, how well I pull. If I pull really good and I get a lot of earlies, I could get Topaz. Because I am trying to get 4 characters in 2.5. I'm trying to get Fei Xiao. I'm trying to get Robin. I'm trying to get Lingsha. And I'm trying to get Topaz. It's a lot of people. I have quite a bit of pulls, but it's definitely enough for at least one person. And that person is Fei Xiao. So I'm going to hope that I get freaking everyone else early before I can consider getting Topaz. Because I'd say out of everyone that I want, I need Fei Xiao for sure. So Fei Xiao is number 1, top priority. Then is Lingsha. Then is Robin, because she actually does a lot. And then Topaz is like a little less necessary. I hate the fact that Topaz is coming like the worst side. This is their second rerun, by the way. This is her second rerun. She reread with Robin, and I didn't get Robin because I went to Hard Pity twice with Robin, and I didn't even get her. So that was guaranteed for Firefly though. We guaranteed Firefly, but yeah, not feeling greatest with that. But yeah, anyway, Topaz, what is her kit like? She does follow-up attack. She is a IPC follow-up attacker. I don't know what it is with the IPC and doing a lot of follow-up attacks. That's elation. That's in the elation territory. Yet the IPC is preservation and doing all these follow-up attacks. So I am going to treat Topaz minimum at least A tier. So she is a hunt. I feel like she is very much driven with purpose though. So honestly, I feel like hunt does fit Topaz well. She is calculated, but she's more driven when it comes to her calculations. Whereas I think Jade is more about thinking than Topaz. So I think this is fine. I think this is the one that makes her basic attack be a follow-up attack. Yep. Okay. So basic attack is a follow-up attack. She has Numbe. And Proof of Debt increases the damage that enemies take with follow-up attacks. It's very nice. Yeah. Whenever the enemy afflicted with the debuff takes a follow-up attack, Numby gets action advance. It's very nice. But yeah, and then this increases Numby's attacks, or it makes Numby's attacks better. And then now everything, like whenever an enemy gets attacked, or the enemy with Proof of Debt gets attacked, they action advance Numby as well. So, yep, very nice. In fact, you can actually use ultimate and then potentially just trigger Numby twice. Like, it's very possible to just do that. Like in Topaz's turn, you activate ultimate ult. Numby is already 50% action advance. Then you use skill, which is a follow-up attack, which triggers Numby's follow-up attack. But then it also triggers Numby in the action order, and then it does Numby again. So yeah, you could potentially just use that and then just do it twice potentially. But yeah, anyway, technique summons Numby in the field. Numby using your technique will also regen energy, so it just proves that she is smart. She's very hardworking and driven. She's hardworking and driven, which I really like. Which is why Topaz like one of my like top 10 waifus. So anyway, increases damage dealt to enemies target with fire weakness. Yeah, makes sense. That's okay. And then more energy, which is great. After number use attack while in windfall, but whenever you use okay, that's actually pretty good. Like, wait, hold up. Wait, how much? Oh, I can't check. I don't think I can check. Dang it. How much does their energy cost? Wait, hold up. Abilities. Ult costs 130. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, you're gonna need a lot of energy for that. So 130 is additionally regenerates 10 energy, so you get 20 energy. So it's like it makes it cost much less energy, basically. So effectively, Topaz's cost of doing all her stuff is kind of like 110, basically. Not counting the 5 energy from using ult, of course. But yeah. Anyway, how accurate do I think Topaz's kit is? The thing is, she's a HUT character, but she's also a part of the IPC. When I think IPC, I think preservation. And I think IPC, I don't know. I think the fact that is that the IPC all have some kind of follow-up attack, or anyone who has associated with the IPC like very highly has follow-up attack. So I think just for the sake of the IPC has a theme, I think I'm gonna put them in their own tier. All the IPC characters are gonna be in their own tier. So I will be skipping literally everyone in the IPC. I'm gonna say right now. So I'm gonna make a new tier for the IPC, and it's gonna be under S tier. We're gonna set the color to yellow, cause actually, oh wait, why is S yellow? There you go. Actually, we'll make this like light blue. IPC tier. So we're gonna put Topaz. Or get Ratio. I'm not moving them in D tier. I'm just trying to get them in here. Jade. We're gonna put all 4 of these guys in IPC tier. As for who I think is more accurate, Adventure 100%, because he literally is preservation. So yeah. Ratio also likes debuffs, so he is kind of Nihility. I say Topaz is the least accurate because I don't see much like preservation stuff. Jade also has her like HP drain, but I think it makes sense because he's like trading health, so I think that makes sense. And then Ratio, I don't know. It feels weird. Ratio, I think I'll put Ratio behind Topaz just for the sake of saying top rat. But anyway, that's the order for the IPC. I think they belong in between these 2 tiers. Therefore, we're going to put them there. Anyway, next up is Hanya. I love Hanya. I wish I could actually use Hanya, but it is what it is. Anyway, she's right there. She is a Harmony physical character who does single target damage. She does single target stuff. Remember, she is part of the Zenjo. She is a judge of the 10 Lords Commission, so it makes a lot of sense that she does a lot of like single target. She single targets a buff. Single targets a damage vulnerability with her skill, with the burden. She gives skill points. It's very nice. And I think playing around with skill points is a propagation thing. So, I mean, we have seen Hanya anonymously say that she thinks that the MC is beautiful. So, I think that maybe Hanya wants to propagate, guys. I don't know. I think she definitely feels like she's a freak, Just a weird feeling, Anyway, you can tell she's not built because there's so many other characters I need to build. So yeah, single target. This is a single target debuff for with the burden and the skill point generation. Then ultimate is for a single ally, which gives speed, which is a hunt thing, and attack, which is also nice. So harmony, because she's trying to seek order, I guess in a sense, harmony and order is kind of in a similar realm, but obviously not the same. So there you go. Allies triggering burden skill point recovery effect have their attack increase. So whenever someone attacks the enemy and gives SP, they get their attack increased. She generates 2 energy. She is a judge. She's got to know things. Makes sense. And then when the burden is 1 or lower, when the enemy with burden is defeated, you can additionally recover 1 skill point. When the enemy with burden is destroyed, and that is good job, Nightbot. Good job. All right. Anyway, and then we have her technique, which applies burden to a random enemy, which I'm not a fan of, but it is what it is. I think it's accurate. She is a judge of the 10 Lords, so she's very much enforce the will of the hunt. So the fact that she does like single target stuff is very fitting in my personal opinion. Hanya, I think it's pretty accurate. Some erudition with the energy regen, and I think it makes quite a bit of sense because she is a judge. She needs to be smart about things, about who to inflict. Oh, I'm sorry. She needs to be smart about who deserves punishment and all that fun jazz. And she maintains a peace, so she's harmony, and yeah. And she has the potential to do a lot of damage, so single target, mind you, which is good because she is a judge of the 10 Lords, which is hunt, of course. So yeah. And she also gives a speed buff, so I think it's accurate. I think I'm very satisfied with Hanya's kit. So I'm going to put Hanya at high A. Put at like a high A. Like right here. Very good. And ignore the fact there are 3 mommies next to each other. It's not on purpose. It is not on purpose, I swear. Like, I'm satisfied. Could there be changes? Maybe, but otherwise, no. Anyway, next up is Ho-Ho, another judge. So let us talk about Ho-Ho. Ho-Ho herself doesn't actually do anything. She kind of just exists. She's kind of just vibing, heals with the talismans and stuff, and then she has tail. So let's talk about it. All right, skill is a heal. She does her talisman. That's pretty much how she handles it. She's a specialist in dealing with Heliabi, so that's why she has the talismans. Makes sense. Should it be abundance? It's fine. I mean, it's fine. It's kind of like prevention. Like, she's the queen of cleanse. She's actually she's the queen of cleanse, because her talent allows her, like, at the start of her turn, like when she has her stacks, which is called divine provision. They actually, it's not even in here. It's probably one of these. Wait, what? Wait. Where's the cleanse? Am I dumb? Where's cleanse? Okay, yeah. When divine precision division heal ally, dispel 1 debuff from the ally. Okay, so yeah. This effect can be triggered up to 6 times, and then using the skill again resets the effect's trigger cooldown. So yeah. She is the queen of cleanse. It is very nice. So, like, for example, Kafka is kind of a joke for Ho-Ho because when she dominates someone, she action advances them all the way up, which is very good. But if that person is dominated, then they're just gonna hit us instead. But for the sake of the talent, when it started their turn, they get cleansed. The domination gets cleansed, and we're all happy. That person gets a turn, and it's great. That's why I wanted to pull for Ho-Ho, but I failed my 50-50 too well, so it is what it is. Anyway. Then we have Tail, the ult. This gives energy, which is erudition, and also is a harmony because it gives a buff to all allies. So that's great. She has CC resist. I guess this is like kind of I don't know if I want to say this is destruction or preservation. I'd say maybe I would argue this is Tails' ability. So I will say the CC resist will be destruction, and I think Tail was a creature hell-bent on destruction, but now he's been tamed, so it's fine. But yeah. Ho-Ho gains divine provision, so that you don't have to use her skill. Or you can use her skill at the start of the turn if need be. But yeah. When her talent is triggered to heal allies, she regens 1 energy, so the heal gives her energy. I mean, she is a judge again. She has to be smart about things. Even though her main gimmick is literally Heliobi, she still needs to know that information. Okay. Alright, but yeah. She is abundance, which makes me question things because she is Xianzhou Foxian, who is about the hunt. She's a judge, so she should be about the hunt, but she is abundance, and Lan is against Yaosha, so a little concerned about abundance, but I think it's fine. I think it's okay. Would I change her kit? I think not. Honestly, I think not. Like, if we're talking Ho-Ho on her own, I think abundance still fits her. Just because she's kind of like cleansing, and I think cleansing is kind of a she is the queen of cleanse, and she's cleansing other allies, which is abundance. So I'd say it makes a lot of sense that she's abundance, because she has like talismans. She wants to like purify the healer by and all that fun stuff. So yeah, I think abundance makes sense. Would I do something different? Maybe, but I think it still fits her. Therefore, we're gonna put her in B, or high B or low A. I feel like the thing is, I don't think her direction would go that differently. So I think for the sake of things, I'm gonna put her at A. I'm gonna put her in same as Fu, because it's like Luca. Like, could things go differently? Potentially, but I still think it's fine. But I think it's more fine than Luca. So yeah, Ho-Ho is fine at A. Argenti is erudition physical. I kind of want to just plop him somewhere just because his kit is extremely simple. He does AoE. He does more AoE. He has a lot of energy costs, but he can use this cheap version of his ult, and then he can use the expensive version. So, but for the sake of content, I think I will go talk about Argenti, because you never know. Maybe I'm missing some traces that I'm unaware of. Okay, gain stack of apotheosis. That's his talent. So whenever he hits, whenever he hits an enemy, he gains a stack of apotheosis. So he gets energy, and then he gets increased crit rate. This number, I forget what's the max number for this one at level 10, but he gets more crit rate when he hits enemies, so it's very nice. And then when enemy targets enter battles, he gets energy. And then with this one, it's similar to how Herda deals more damage to enemies that have less than half health. So he has that. And then he has the daze. Wait. After using technique, when attacking daze enemy in combat, Deal physical. Oh, okay. It doesn't matter who starts the battle. Okay, so he could just daze and then you can switch to someone else. Okay, that's good. So he has a daze and it just does damage and it regenerates his energy. A lot of erudition. He's very simple, and I assume the beauty is all about simplicity. Because Argenti is like a very faithful knight of the of beauty. So I think the fact that his kit is so simple is very good. It's very nice. Therefore, I don't know if I want to put him at Chef's Kiss, mind you. But I do really like his kit. Just for the sake of his simplicity. So I'm going to put him the exact same placement as Physical Style. Because I said the exact same thing with Physical Style. So I'm going to put him above Physical Style. Because I actually really like his simplicity. And he's effective at what he does. Whereas Physical MC is not is not effective at what they do. So yeah. Anyway, next up is Shui Yi. Ooh, actually like Shui Yi. Okay. I have not built Shui Yi, but I really like Shui Yi. So let's go to her. I love how they're both next to each other. It's great. But anyway. Shui Yi, she has a follow-up attack. When you do toughness damage reduction, when you deal toughness damage, Shui Yi gains a stack of her thing, and when she gets enough stacks, she uses a follow-up attack, and it deals damage. I'm trying to remember if that's an Eidolon or not. No. Okay. So there's an Eidolon that makes her follow-up attacks deal toughness damage regardless of enemy weakness type. But yeah, you can do more toughness damage there. It's nice. It will not add karma stacks, but you can do more stuff there. She is a break effect focused unit. I'm gonna say right now. But yeah, she's more adamant on like destroying evildoers. So I'd say her being destruction makes a lot of sense because she is more like an enforcer than Hanya is. Like Hanya is like a judge, and she like records things. So she has a lot of like energy regen and stuff. But with Shui, she's like in the thick of it. She's the one doing all the attacking and everything. So yeah. Skill is a blast, very normal blast. And then ultimate is huge. This one deals. Let me look. Nora's weakness type and reduce the enemy's toughness. Yep, makes sense. When enemy's weakness is broken, it's triggered. Yeah, that makes sense. More toughness that is reduced, the higher the damage will be dealt. So if you deal toughness the more toughness damage you deal. So if you don't break the enemy, you're dealing more toughness. Or if you break the enemy, exactly the right amount of toughness damage, you can do a lot here. But yeah, it's great. This is a very great ability. In fact, this deals 40 toughness damage, as opposed to the usual 30 for most and single target ults. So it's very good. This one increases her damage based off break effect. This one makes her deal 10% more damage than your ultimate if it's equal or higher than 50% of your max toughness. Okay, so it kind of like helps with whatchamacallit, dealing with the issue of enemies not being weakness broken, because enemies being weakness broken actually increases your damage that they take. So when they're not weakness broken, they take 90%. If they're weakness broken, they take full damage. Assuming like not taking into account to like defense, of course. But yeah. And then this allows Shui to exceed the max stack of 8. It's nice. I think Shui does want to have fun like in her text that she sends to the MC, she does want to have like some fun, if I remember correctly. So I think I think the follow up attack is okay. Whereas with like Clara, yeah, she is a child, as no, she is a child, but I don't really normally associate Clara as someone who really wants to have fun. Maybe she wants to have a normal life, maybe, and you could think of it like that, but I don't know. But with Shui Yi, I feel like she secretly wants to have fun. Or like most people don't expect her to feel that way, but she does. So, yeah. And then everything else is like destruction or hunt. Like this is single target. She is part of the hunt. Makes sense. Increased damage. This is more ult damage. And this is more follow-up. Better follow-up attack stuff. Stacking. So yeah. I think it's accurate. I would not change anything with Shui. I really like Shui. Like that's why my first impression when I saw like, oh, Shui's next is that I really like her kit. Therefore, I'm gonna put her over here. Like, if I really like their kit, I'm gonna put them like right. You know, I'll put her next to Hanya. Just to make things feel lore accurate. That they deserve to be next to each other. Anyway, next up is yes. I'm concerned though. Like Run Mei, I don't know how I feel about her and like her accuracy with things. So let us go to Mommy, shall we? How accurate is Mommy? Lore wise for her kit. Her kit is extremely good. I'm gonna say right now, it is extremely good. This gives a speed buff. She is driven by purpose. This is for all allies, so erudition. If you're buffing all allies, then I assume that's an AoE, therefore erudition, which she is a part of the Genius Society, so it makes perfect sense. Increasing speed is a hunt thing in my opinion. Break damage is like either nihility or destruction. I don't think she does not seek to destroy. She seeks to create. So I think this is more so a nihility kind of deal with the weakness break. So there's that. Skill is a AoE buff for all allies, which lets everyone do more damage and weakness break. So nihility plus erudition, because you're increasing damage and harmony, I guess, too. So yeah, very nice. Her ults is all type res pen, like broken buffs, more action, more weakness break, delaying action. Sorry, I'm also wiping my nose because there's something weird with it. Yeah. And then dealing break damage, you go to her ice break damage, someone else does it. It's or whenever they try to come back, but they don't. But yeah. Her technique automatically makes her use her skill. She also does a lot of. She also allows the next attack to do, like when you attack an enemy in the overworld, you do more weak toughness damage based on the number of blessings you have in Simuni, any Simuni-esque game mode. This one increases break effect. This one regens 5 energy, erudition. She's part of Genius Society, guys. And then for every break effect, she increases more damage for allies with skill. It's like a 36% damage increase. So yeah, very good. How accurate is her kit? Okay, so she's a harmony character. She's ice, and I think ice very well fits her personality. So you know what? Yeah, I could argue you could say wind as well, but because of her theming. But I think it's okay that she's ice. Anyway, because she gives you all the cold shoulder. But anyway, how accurate is Red Mate? I like some of the stuff that it gives her energy. Like this one. Like even her technique technically gives her energy because it automatically makes her use her skill for free. So that's technically free energy right there. That's free energy. That's more damage to everyone. Buffs everyone. There's Hunt. She is very driven by a purpose to become an Aeon. Aeon of life, Aeon of whatever. But yeah, break effect. I don't know. Is she nihility? She doesn't really show her emotions very much, so I guess like that's her nihility, is like she's not very emotional of a character. So I guess that's why. So I think it makes sense. I know I'm somewhat grasping at straws, but I think it makes good enough sense. And I don't have a runmate bias. Don't say I have a runmate bias in the comments or in chat, okay? But S tier. She's not chef's kiss. I can definitely, even if she's runmate, I cannot give her chef's kiss. So therefore, no. Anyway, next up is Misha. Misha is Ice Destruction. Oh yeah, when I think Ice is also Remembrance, and she is when Runmei is also Ice. And when you weakness break with Ice is Freeze, and she's very good at break damage, so she's gonna freeze for a while. So I'm not sure what to say about whether or not I think it's accurate enough. I think the Remembrance is accurate enough on Runway, because she either wants to be remembered as an Aeon or her deeds or whatever. I don't know. I feel like Remembrance does suit her though. Anyway, next up. Also, she does have she did drug us with the forgetty cookies. Anyway, next up we have Misha. Right here, Misha. Alright. Misha is the bellboy. If you don't know who he is, he's also Mikhail. So yeah. Sorry I already spoiled you guys. But yeah. Anyway, his main thing is that he gets a stack for his ult. So by default, he has 3 hits per action for his ult. And every time someone uses a skill point, gets a stack, right? Trying to remember. Wait, where is it? Okay, not yeah. For every skill point allies consume, he gets more hits per action, and he generates energy. So erudition as well. Misha, or I should say Mikhail, is also very smart. He is very good at tinkering with machines and like clocks and everything. So it makes perfect sense that he does have energy regen in his kit. He has a blast attack with a skill, very normal. And his hits per action is right here. He has freeze, all about remembrance. And remembrance is all about memories. And this Penacony and remembrance and memories and memoria is a big thing in Penacony. So makes a lot of sense that Misha is ice. So, and the fact that he does have a ultimate that has a lot of hits per action, which means he's gonna do a lot of breaking, which means freezing, which is great. So yeah. Anyway, he also has a dream prison, which makes the enemy not move. He does Zawal though, so that's freeze. That's another freeze, baby. Therefore, more remembrance. And then before ultimates first lands, increase the base chance of freezing target by 80%. So it also has a chance to freeze. For each hit. So there is a 13.6% base chance to freeze the target. You are not relying on Misha to freeze. If you're using Misha, you're probably using Misha to do damage. So just wanna note that. Okay. Anyway, when using ultimate, increase the effect rate by 60%, lasting until the end of the current ultimate's action. So it increases the chance to freeze. So yeah, very good. Again, the number here is pretty low. You have a lot of hits per action, but it still feels pretty low. And then deals more crit damage to frozen enemies. It's very nice. Very traditional, but you know, we like that. I mean, he is the main reason why like we had that traditional like clocky cartoon, right? So I think it makes a lot of sense. I like Misha. I like Misha's kit. I think it encapsulates Misha extremely well. In fact, I kind of want to put him in Chef's Kiss. Although the ultimate, I'm not sure how I feel about ultimate though. So I'm going to say I'm gonna put him in S. I think ultimate makes me feel slightly iffy, but otherwise I think he deserves S tier, because he feels very accurate to to his lore. Therefore we're gonna put him here with Jiggler. So from Herda to Misha, I feel like I'm extremely satisfied with what they do. Like this could be arguably be Chef's Kiss, but I will not put him in Chef's Kiss because I feel like some people may say, oh, uh they could have some changes. Like there would be like a minority who would really want to change them, but I think they're perfect. All right. Next up is Black Swan. Okay, Black Swan is in the thumbnail of the video. If you didn't see, if you're on Twitch Live, then there's also a thumbnail that I posted on Twitter as well, and I'll be using that thumbnail for that. Black Swan is a character. I'm gonna say right now. So let us go to her. Black Swan. Her thing is mostly about her tarot cards. So I'm gonna say right now, I'm not sure how I feel about her kit. She is Wind Nihility. Nihility. Not sure how I feel about Nihility. Because Nihility is like kind of like the nothing matters, like the nothingness, Eon, or the nothingness path, which doesn't feel right in Black Swan. Cause memory, I feel like Black Swan's a memory keeper. She's all about the remembrance, and that's closely associated with like preservation. So I'm a little concerned about Nihility. It doesn't feel right to me. I'm gonna be perfectly honest with you. But we'll talk about it nonetheless. Her basic attack actually does something. So we'll talk about it. Basically, it gives a chance to inflict Arcana. Yeah. When attacking targets that suffer any other dot, you'll have a 65% base chance of getting an extra stack. It's very nice. Then we have talent, which is her Arcana. So you got 240% of her attack at the start of each turn. Each stack of Arcana increases damage multiplied by 12%. And then Arcana resets to 1 stack at the start of the enemy's turn. Unless they're afflicted by her ult. And then the more stacks, more Arcana stacks, they have the more things that can happen. So 3 stacks allows her Arcana to do damage to adjacent targets and also inflict more Arcana. And then if there's 7 or more, it'll ignore defense, or ignore some defense, not all defense. And then skill gives damage. Not damage. Defense reduction. So defense shred, a blast, and it also gives Arcana. Technique allows people to potentially get more Arcana at the start of battle. Very nice. And then her ult inflicts Epiphany, which makes people take more damage during that enemy's turn. So if you want to like optimize things with Black Swan, and you want to do things with like people's ults, like example, Acheron. If you want to do dot Acheron, so like Kafka, Black Swan, Acheron, and then sustain. Or if you don't need a sustain, you can do Run May. You can make Acheron use her ult at the start of the enemy's turn. That would be really good. So yeah. But yeah, this basically prevents Arcana stacks from being reset back to 1 for 2 turns as well. And also, I guess, deal some damage. But that's not the point of Black Swan's ult, is not to deal damage. So yeah. Her other stuff, if you use her skill, basically does the same thing as a basic attack. That's what it basically is. It's it allows you to get more stacks from using skill. This one makes enemies potentially get Arcana when they enter battle. And then when an enemy receives dot from an ally, any ally, doesn't matter, they can potentially get more Arcana stacks, and the max they can get from this is extra stuff they can get is 3. And then this one increases her damage based on her effect hit rate. Okay, which I like because this ties into effect hit rate. Like, she relies a lot on effect hit rate, which I like about her kit. Because effect hit rate is associated with both Nihility and Remembrance. And because she is a Memo Keeper, we'll treat this as a Remembrance tie-in. So I guess the main reason why she's Nihility is because of the fact that she wants to have a kit that relies on effect hit rate. So I guess that's why she's Nihility. But at the same time, you know what? It's fine. You know what? It's fine. Just because she relies a lot on effect hit rate as a stat, and that's what Remembrance also likes to rely on as well, I think it's pretty good. She also has some defense shred in her kit and like damage increase, which I think ties into like how cunning she is as a character. So I like it. I like it. I initially put Black Swan in the thumbnail because I thought she was going to be in the lower tier, but the more I'm looking at it, the more I feel like I actually like her. So I think I'm going to put her in A tier. I'm actually satisfied with her kit, but I'm gonna put her like in like near lower tier because I feel like you can argue that there could be changes. So I'm gonna put her around where like Himiko and Luca are. Actually, I'm not. You know what? I'm gonna keep them there. Keep the mommies together. Anyway, next up, Sparkle. Sparkle. Okay, now I'm not sure about Sparkle because Sparkle is literally a masterful. She literally says that she is a masterful. She's very open about it. So let's talk about it. Okay, her basic attack's a basic attack. We don't care. This buffs all allies' damage based on whenever people use skill points, and lasts for 2 turns and stacks up to 3 times. Erudition. I mean, Sparkle could absolutely act stupid. But let's be real, she has cunning, she's smart. So don't think she's dumb because she acts dumb or acts like a joker. Okay, she's actually smart. And one reason why I'm saying that is because buffing all allies means erudition. AoE means erudition. Therefore, intelligence and knowledge. Her skill increases crit damage. And action advances them. So that's hunt. That's a hunt thing, in my opinion, because hunt is associated with crit and action advancing and killing things. So crit damage and action advance. That's a hunt. Double hunt. She is very driven to meme. So I think it fits. And then her ult recovers skill points, which is a propagation thing. Oh, frick, man. Is that why people want to propagate with Sparkle? Okay, I am starting to understand now.
Him breaking me is totally on the table too.
Okay. Anyway, I also boost the talents, damage boost by 9.5% per stack as well. So that's also very nice. Technique allows you to recover 3 skill points at the start of battle. She regens energy when you use basic, because there are some cases where you just don't use this. Yeah, crit damage boost effect per a skill will be extended to the start of the target's next turn. So more into this. It helps with follow-up attacks. So there's the elation part of her kit, I guess. And then this one increases the quantum damage by all allies. So if there are, the more quantum allies there are in the team, I don't know if it counts herself, but if it does, then increase their attack by this much. But yeah, it's nice. Mono quantum is been a meme, not a meme, but has been like a thing in Star Rail, and people talk about it a lot. And I think the dev decided to give her this because of the fact that mono quantum exists. So yeah, I think it ties into elation because of the meme reference. I think her kit's fine. Would I change her kit? It does help with follow-up attack, because literally because of this, it helps her skill do help with follow-up attack, so it's not bad. But is she ideal for follow-up? You can argue if it's a hyper carry, yeah, but you can also argue maybe not. I know she probably worked really well with Fei Xiao because she wants to be really fast, but otherwise, yeah, I think it fits decently well with what she is as a character. Like, she's very cunning. She also memes. She's a mass fool. People apparently want to loot Sparkle, therefore she gets skill points. I'm not sorry. Anyway. And then yeah. So therefore I will put Sparkle in A tier. Because there are definitely some arguments that some people may say that she deserves some changes, but I think I like her, so I'm gonna put A. Alright, next up we have Gallagher. Alright, Gallagher is kind of hard to rank. I'm gonna be honest with you, because Gallagher, spoiler alert for people who are to play 2.2 or 2.3, haven't played 2.2 2.3 story, Gallagher is not real. So, and he's also or the person controlling Gallagher is a history fictionologist, which is part of the Enigmata, which is little is, I don't know what Enigmata is supposed to be like. They're basically all about like myths and legends and like random stories. I only exist in a dream. Yeah. But it's hard to rank Gallagher because we don't know much about the Enigmata, and I think that's why I can't really rank him too well. But I will try to see if I can rank him decently well. I will say I'm probably going to preemptively put him in not enough info, but I'm gonna try to look at his kit anyway. So obviously Gallagher is very break based. Basada Stake makes targets receive more break damage. They restore health when someone hits a target. Heal. Inflict Besotted on all enemies. And then you wait, which okay, yeah, this is the one. This action advances him by 100%, so he goes again. And then he can use his enhanced basic to heal everyone. And then when he uses his enhanced basic, he restores. This is the one that makes him restore health to all allies. This talent. Okay. or not talent, trace. And then this one increases his outgoing healing based off his break effect, and that's great. And then this one inflicts besotted and deals fire damage. It doesn't tell me anything. It doesn't tell me anything. So I'm gonna keep him in not enough information. That doesn't help me with anything. It just, all it tells me is that he likes to break, and he can heal. And he has a he has action forward, so he hunt. So there's some hunt. He heals. He does more healing. You have nihility / destruction with break. Yeah, that's it. That's it. You have nihility / destruction, abundance, and a little bit of hunt. That's all I got from this. And I guess a little bit of propagation because you have enhanced basic, but even then I wouldn't consider it that as a thing. But yeah, I can't really rank Gallagher. I feel it'd be unfair to rank Gallagher because we just don't have enough information off him. So we're gonna go to Acheron, who I think is Chef's. I'm just gonna preemptively put Acheron as Chef's Kiss. She is an emanator of nihility. In fact, I'm gonna put her. It doesn't matter. In Chef's Kiss, the order doesn't matter. I'm gonna say right now. This whoever's in here is in here. Acheron is Chef's Kiss. Let me explain why. I'm not gonna change where I put Acheron. Okay, she's emanator of nihility, so she is nihility. Makes sense, right? She also still wants to do it things like have her life despite being a self-annihilator and all that stuff. Even if she's gonna end eventually, she's still gonna value and cherish life. Therefore, she's still gonna be traditional about how she does things. Not traditional in the fact that she has her slash dream, which is you need 9 of that, which makes perfect sense because IX is the name of the Aeon of Nihility, and IX in Roman numerals is 9, therefore 9. Yeah. Anyway. Then we have like her badass ult as well. Then we have this like she's very traditional, but at the same time not traditional. And I like it. I like that about Acheron. And then she deals damage regardless of weakness type with her technique and her ult. Very nice. She immediately starts with 5 points of slash dream on someone. And then she can overstack slash dream up to, or it'll become quadrivalent ascendance, but you just say stack her stacks but 3 times. And she is an emanator of nihility, so if there are more nihility characters in the team, she does more damage. And then she deals more damage to enemies that have the Crimson Knot stacks. And then when sticking your surge, which should be her the last hit of her ult, she additionally deals damage 6 times, which deals light damage to 25% accuracy. So a single random enemy is considered ultimate damage. Yeah, it's just her kit. She's traditional, but at the same time not traditional. And I think that's what I really like about Acheron, is that it shows that she is that exactly that. So yeah, I am going to just confirm that she is in Chef's Kiss. Yep. Anyway, next up is Robin. Talk about her. Character that I don't have, but I want. Get in my account. Robin, get in my account. Please. Please come into my account within 10 polls. Okay, Robin? That would be very nice of you. Like next Wednesday when I do polls for Fei Xiao and I get her really early, then I will totally maybe get her in the next poll, single poll, and then I get Robin, and it'll be great. She is very a big part of the harmony. She is blessed by Shippei. I don't know if she's an emanator. I don't think she is. But she is a big part of it. She's a superstar. She's a singer, idol. Yes. So, let's talk about Robin. Talent increases all allies crit damage. So she's driven by. Oh, am I? Wait, hold up. Oh no, my model is lagging. Wait, am I good now? Oh, I think I'm good now. Okay. My model was freaking out for a sec. Okay. Anyway. So when I see crit damage and energy regen, I think erudition for energy regen, and I crit damage, I think about Hunt. So Hunt is like kind of driven by like a purpose, and I think she is very well driven. She is very much attuned to the harmony, and Robin getting energy for herself is erudition, means she has knowledge. I mean, of course she does. She's an idol, and she needs to know the ins and outs and everything. And I think it makes sense. Skill increases damage done by all allies. All allies, so harmony is a buff, of course. And then doing it to all allies is erudition because it's all allies. So erudition. Duration decreased by 1 at the start of Robin's every turn. And this is just damage, so it's no like crit damage or anything. So I can't really say anything about that. Ult, action advances everyone else but Robin. And yeah. Whenever allies do attacks, they do extra damage based on Robin's stuff here. And the stuff is also fixed to have a crit rate of 100% and a fixed crit damage at 150%. More Hunt, more driven by purpose. She has more drive, guys. And she's also immune to crowd control debuffs, so she wants to preserve her harmony. Okay, I'm grasping at straws here, but you know. Because resisting crowd control is either a destruction thing or a preservation thing, and I'm treating this as preservation. So preserving her harmony with a driven purpose, and yeah, technique, and she likes. I don't remember if this one has follow. I know one. Yeah, this one increases follow-up attack damage, or crit damage, I should say. So you have some elation with follow-up attacks. So, for those of you who don't know, like I said before, simulated universe, elation is all about follow attacks. So, yeah. She has elation, and it makes perfect sense. She is trying to bring the joy in everyone. She's an idol. She sings, and singing is fun. And it makes sense that she increases follow-up attack stuff. But, yeah. Technique makes enemies follow her, and she regens 5 energy to start each wave. More erudition stuff. She action advances herself by 25% when the battle starts. Good. More drive. Like, she is very committed to preserving the harmony, and it very much shows with what she does in the story. And then she additionally regens 5 energy when she uses her skill. Yeah. And she knows the ins and outs of what to do. Like, she may be an idol, but she's not dumb. Okay, guys? So I think it fits her very well. So I'm going to put her at... I kind of want to put her at IPC. But I'm not going to do that. I'm going to put her over here. Actually, let me put her like over here. Yeah, there you go. Feels very accurate in my personal opinion. Therefore, There you go. I don't think I should put her in a chef's kiss. Or maybe I should. Because I feel like, you know, I'm putting her in a chef's kiss. I think her kit is perfect. Honestly. So, this is for you, Mina. I'm putting her in chef's kiss for you, okay? She's perfect in every way, in her kit and in her lore. So, she's great. Anyway, next up is Boot A Hale. Alright. Boot Hill is a physical hunt character. He is a Galaxy Ranger. So it makes 100% sense that he is a hunt character. Because the Galaxy Rangers are all about the hunt. So let's talk about what he does. He has a standoff. So whenever he targets an enemy with a skill, he does a standoff and he enhances his basic attack to deal more toughness damage. He taunts the enemy as well. So they're forced out of the standoff. They have to attack each other until either the target is weakness broken, or if one of the other dies. So, yeah. His talent and stack of pocket trick actually is enhanced basic attack toughness reduction by 50%. If the target's weakness broken while enhanced basic attack is being used, then you'll do break damage based on the physical break damage and max toughness taken into account. Can't exceed 16 times the base toughness damage reduction of the basic attack Skull Crush Spurs, which is this. So it can't exceed 160. But yeah. And then pocket trick shot is retained for the next battle. But yeah. And then his ult applies physical weakness. So he's good at hunting. Alright. You got that bounty on you. But yeah. And then his technique allows him to apply physical weakness to the target. Wait. Casting skill assumes target to the target. So I assume it's to who, like, so if you fight like a big let's okay, you know, if you fight like Kafka, if you fight Kafka, you put the physical weakness on Kafka. Although Kafka already has physical weakness, so it doesn't matter. But if you put it on Kafka, for example, it'll put it on Kafka because Kafka is the one on the overworld, right? So I assume that's the case. All right, and then this one increases crit rate and crit damage based on his break effect up to a max of 30 to 150 respectively. Very good. It allows him to do damage while still just building break. So I would say, like, if you want to build Boo Hill, you probably want crit rate as a body piece, and then get as much break effect as you can. Like crit rate, and then maybe you could do defense or whatever as well. Like if you want him to stay alive, that's also a thing. But if you want to like do personal damage like before breaking, I guess you could try that. I don't know, but yeah. Anyway, while Boo Hill is in standoff, he reduces the damage he receives. The targets that are not in standoff by 30%. So if anyone else attacks Boo Hill, he takes less damage. It's like, oh yeah, don't get involved in my duel, right? And then when standoff, gaining pocket's trick shot, he regens 10 energy. You also trigger this when gaining trick shots that exceed max limit. So, of course, if he just gets extra stacks when he has 3 already, he gets 10 energy. That's fine. So you have some erudition with here. What else? Yeah, we have some erudition with energy regen here. We have damage reduction here, which is a little bit of preservation. I think it fits. I think it fits him well. So far that I'm looking at, like, this looks correct. Like it increases the damage received by yeah. I actually really like his kit. He basically just does a standoff, you know. He does a standoff, he breaks, and he kills. One at a time. I think his kit is fine. I see no changes. Is it Chef's Kiss? Yeah, honestly, I think it actually is Chef's Kiss. Because it fits the theme well. It fits his Galaxy Ranger thing very well, and he has his street smarts, and it shows in the energy regen, and I think it fits really well with Boo Hill. Therefore, I think he is one of the big definitions of Chef's Kiss. So he's gonna be there for sure. Next up is Firefly. Ooh. Okay, how accurate is Firefly? All right, I'm either gonna be triggering a lot of people, including myself, or I'm gonna make all Firefly fans, including myself, happy. So let's see. Yes, I maxed Firefly because Firefly is my second favorite character in Honkai Star Rail. Oh man, my nose. Okay, her punch it just does a punch. There's nothing special. Her ult, her ult form, basic is just more toughness damage and also heals. She also like reduces her health, and gains health. Like in ult form, she loses health in her when she uses skill. That's like her bruiser tendency. She like it's like Arlen. She loses HP and then she gains HP with ult. So I guess that's fine. Okay, she's also fire destruction. Oh yeah, makes sense that he's fire because molten knight armor, you know, all that fun jazz. But yeah. She also has damage reduction here, so like less health she has, the more damage reduction she has. Or if she is in her ult form, it's at max, so 40% damage reduction while she's in ult form. Or if she's at 0% health, which should not be happening. But yeah, or sorry, when HP is 20% or lower. Sorry, that's what I meant to say. But yeah, she also regens energy up to 50% of her max energy if she doesn't start with that much energy. So there's that. Alt lets her do her sword stuff, and she gets more speed, which is Haunt. Yes, she gets more weakness break efficiency, which is both nihility and destruction at the same time. And she is destruction, and she is part of the Stellaron Hunters, which is part of the finality, which in a sense you could kind of say it's like associated with nihility and destruction. Destruction wants to end something because by destroying it, and nihility is about the end, not the end but nothingness, and people tend to say the end is nothingness really. So yeah, so nothing matters, therefore follow the script. Anyway, so yeah. And then technique lets her do apply fire weakness. She is very smart when it comes to combat. You definitely see that when you talk to her in 2.0. When you spend time with Firefly in that one place with the ID tokens. But this one, if an enemy is not fire weak and you're attacking an enemy that's not fire weak, you could deal 55% of the original toughness reduction from all abilities. That includes basic attack as well. So this is like when you have ult. When Sam is in complete combustion with the break effect that's equal to or greater than 200 or 360, she will convert toughness reduction of the attack into super brick damage, which is huge. And then this one increases a Firefly's break effect by 0.8% for every 10 points of attack that it sees 1.8k, which is very nice. Again, you're wanting to focus on break effect and speed. She is a Sam unit, therefore she wants to hunt the propagation. She was genetically engineered to destroy the propagation to make sure everything is okay. The Glamoth is okay, so you'll know. Yeah, speed has break effect. destroy the propagation. That was her main drive, but now that's gone. So now she's trying to find her own purpose to be normal and everything. So it's great. I love Firefly. Do I think Firefly is Chef's Kiss though? Oh, now that's a question. Of course she is. Of course she is. Of course she is. Anyway, next up is Hunt March. So for Hunt March, I'm not gonna say we don't have enough information, but I know for sure we can get more information. But from what I've seen so far, I think we can surmise something. So let us look at March. In fact, let me switch March. Back to... Let me switch her back to normal. Or not normal, to Hunt. Seriously, what? Stell! Give this to Stell, please. Okay, anyway. Races. Oh yeah, I can do more of these. But I'm saving these for Face Shao, so I'm not doing these. She has enhanced basic attack when she has max stacks of her talent. Which is after Shifu or March herself uses an attack, she gains a point of charge, and when she reaches 7 charges, she action advance forwards. She action forwards of herself, and she does her turn. Similar to like Sushang when she uses her ult, except when she reaches 7 charges. Yeah. Designates a single ally. You can set a ally as a Shifu, and it increases their speed. Hunt. Yes. She is being trained by Yanqing and Yunli, so want to make that noted. Whenever using basic attack or dealing a hit of enhanced attack, trigger a corresponding effect. Okay. And then based on whatever path they are, she either deals more damage or she deals more toughness reduction. And yeah. Her ult boosts your basic attack. It is very nice. And yeah. It's just big damage. Okay, not big damage, but it's good damage. She action advances forward at the start of battle. Hunt. She can also reduce the toughness of enemies whose weakness type is the same as Shifu's combat type. So it's kind of harmony, but at the same time, I don't know. But yeah, this is a buff, so it's like harmony, but at the same time hunt. And then after using enhanced basic, increases Shifu's crit damage by 60% and bring effect by 30%. I didn't realize that was a thing. Wow. So you can increase Shifu's crit damage by 60% when you use enhanced basic attack and bring effect by 36% for 2. That's very nice. So yeah, that's like another buff thing. So I see some harmony. Okay, for anyone wondering, I am basing Hunt March's kit and lore ranking based off of Hunt March's time in the spotlight. So I'm not talking about March in general when it comes to her kit. I'm talking about March as when she was training under Yanqing and Yunli. Every other time when she's not wearing the outfit, we don't count it for this Hunt March. Yeah, the boba. I like the boba. I like the in training thing with the 60% fixed chance thing. It reminds me of Sushang. This thing is it's fine. It basically just increases the enhanced basic attack. I think I will also go over Hunt March's Eidolons as well, because you do actually get it for free, so we will talk about it. And then her technique also gives her more charges at the start of battle, and she regens energy when she uses this. It's very nice. Do I think she is Chef's Kiss? She's very reliant on Shifu. She's a sub DPS, so she has some harmony, some hunt aspects of it in her kit. She has follow-up attack. Okay, actually, it doesn't show. Okay. E1, increased marches speed. More hunt stuff. Follow-up attack. There's her elation. I love the fact that she has a follow-up attack in her kit. In all her forms at the moment. Even if it's in an Eidolon, I still like the fact that March has another form here. So or another follow-up attack here. In not another follow-up. A follow-up attack in her kit. Because she loves to have fun. And I like the fact that the devs know that she likes to have fun, and therefore she should have a follow-up attack in all of her forms. All right, all of March's future forms must have a follow-up attack, or I will be mad. I'm just kidding. But at start of turn, regenerate 5 energy, which I mean, is March known for being smart? No. So I'm kind of want to dock points from this. I kind of want to dock points away because E4, I don't think it worked. I don't know. And then E6 is increases crit damage to the next enhanced basic by 50%. Very nice. It's crit damage. So that's also so hunt. I think because of the fact that she doesn't that E4 doesn't feel right to me. I think I will put Hunt March at A tier. Like a pretty high A. Not like super high, but like high enough. I think around here. Where Daniel is. I feel like there could be some changes, but I think she's fine as is. So yeah. Next up is Yun Li. Clara 2.0, as people like to call her. I do not have Yun Li, so I'm going to have to go to the databank. Because I don't need another Clara. Alright. Yun Li is all about freaking brute strength. She is Unga Bunga. Alright. She heals. Okay, she's a physical destruction. She is very Unga Bunga, so it makes sense that she's physical. Destruction, she is very much. She is Unga Bunga, so she kind of is slow. Therefore, she has to do a counterattack playstyle. So it makes perfect sense that she is like how she is. She does like to have fun. I know Yun Li definitely likes to have fun. I saw her trailers. Definitely likes having fun. She is very much driven by a purpose to like burn the swords and everything, but you know, it's fine. When Yun Li gets attacked by an enemy target, additionally regenerates 15 energy. Yeah, she has to be tactically smart because she is using a big weapon, and you can exploit the lack of speed from having a big weapon, so it makes sense. And then she gets a counterattack. I guess that's why whatchamacallit. That's why Yun Li probably gets her ult really easily, is because if she gets hit, she just gets a lot of energy. Whereas a Clara, you don't get as much, like not nearly as much. Okay. And then she deals damage. Her technique lets her do her that. Does her like ult thing. Ult Cole. Wait, is ult Cole let me think. When triggering largest counter into Cole, instead it reverse prayer for wait. Oh no, Intuit Cole is the enhanced one. So if you counter, you do Intuit Cole. If you don't counter, you do Intuit Slash. Okay, so that's actually really good. Being able to just use her ult counter, very nice. And yeah, she has a parry state. She taunts. So yeah. Is there anything about crit in her kit? Oh yeah. And if she uses Intuit Slash, she You can use Into It Cold. Very good. So if you can use ult twice, basically allows you to do Into It / Into It Cold. Very good. But yeah. Anyway, while in parry state, reduce crowd control debuffs receive reduced damage received by 20%. Very nice. Makes perfect sense on a character like this. And when using counter, increases Yunli's attack by 30% for a turn. Again, makes sense. I will say, very unfortunate that there's a lack of crit. Oh, no. It says here. Increases the crit damage by Yunli's next counter. Never mind. Okay, there's the hunt. There's the hunt part of Yunli's kit. Okay. So for anyone wondering why I was concerned, is because she is part of the Zensho, and the Zensho loves the hunt. Therefore, she should do something about hunt-related stuff. So crit damage, speed, action advancing, killing an enemy. Those are on kill. I think those are very good hunt-related ideas. So the fact that she has increased crit damage is very good. Yeah. Would I say I should change Yun Li's stuff? Honestly, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it's because I have a bias against Yun Li because she feels like Clara 2.0. But I don't think she's that high of a ranking. But I don't know how high I want to do it for her. Because she has some stuff that makes sense. Like, her fighting stats, I think, makes perfect sense that she's like A. But I feel like it could definitely like, people can argue that there could be changes. But overall, I am satisfied with what she has. So I think I'm gonna put her next to Luca. Because I feel the same way with Luca. Like, I'm satisfied, but at the same time, there could be changes. So I'm gonna put it here. Next up is Zhao Cho. Don't ask me why I put him there. Okay. Zhao Cho, Mr. I'm a healer, but I don't heal. Okay. That is my main reason why I instinctively put Zhao Cho in D tier. It's because he does not heal. If he had any heal in his kit, I would have placed him decently high. But he does not have a heal, therefore my judgment of him is going to be very harsh. Okay. And actually, Zhao Cho is the main reason why I'm doing this video. I know I probably should have put Zhao Cho in the thumbnail instead of Black Swan. But you know what? It is what it is. Anyway, I heal by giving enemies diarrhea, basically. Explosive diarrhea. Anyway, so what Zhao Cho does is he inflicts Ashen Roast, which is a burn. And it increases the damage that they receive. It's like Gunaifen. So yeah. And then skill deals fire damage. It basically is just a blast, and it can inflict Ashen Roast. Ultimate can also help with Ashen Roast as well. Let me check. Sets the number of Ashen Roast stacks on enemy targets to the highest number of Ashen Roast present on the battlefield. So if someone has 6 stacks and like other people have like 1 or 2 stacks, it'll set everyone else's stacks to 6. If I'm reading this right. Yeah. So and then this makes people deal more ultimate damage to all enemies when the field is active, and this field is very much going to stay active for a long while. So yeah, 100%. Very much built, or the kit is made for Acheron. Very unfortunate that he doesn't have a heal. Like I said, he's a healer, but he doesn't heal. Which is why my gut instinct tells me D tier. But yeah. He also immediately regenerates 15 energy, so some erudition there. I guess erudition as well here because it increases ultimate damage dealt for allies, so that's actually nice. He also does effect hit rate, so there's some remembrance there because remember / nihility. I guess there is some nihility from being like maybe like whatchamacallit, scarred by battle, maybe PTSD, you know. He is a military healer after all, so I guess it somewhat makes sense. So I might put him in C tier, similar to Clara. But you know, he needs a heal. I should get a heal. But it was this one. While the zone exists, enemy energy combat inflicted Ashen Roast. Number of stacks apply will match the highest number of Ashen Roast stacks. Yeah, makes sense. With a minimum of 1 stack. But yeah, I wish he healed. That's my only complaint about this man is I wish he healed. So I kind of want to keep him at D, just because I just wish that he healed. That's literally most of what I'm hoping for is I wish he healed. Like, does it make sense? It fits. It fits the fact that he's also a cook. He cooks. But I would have went in a different direction. I'm okay with him being nihility. I'm just not okay with him not healing. I'm okay if he heals even a little bit, like similar to like how physical MC heals. I'm okay with that. Or maybe like when he ults, he does a slight heal with like Fu Shuan heal, and I'd be okay with that. But he does a heal there for D2. So remember where I said where Clara's C tier, but I'm okay with what with her kit. Like I can understand the direction. D tier is the other way around. I don't understand the direction. Except for the fact that unless it's like for a mechanical reason. So this is the mechanical reason being Acheron. So I understand that reason, but I'm not a fan personally. So yeah. Next up is Moza, who is not in the game. So I will not be talking about his kit, but based on what I've seen from his kit, he is a follow-up attacker, he is a support, he is a shadow guard for Fei Xiao, he is a hunt character, he singles out enemies, he kills, it makes sense. And only reason why I'm going to put him in very low A tier is because of Fei Xiao. If Fei Xiao was not a follow-up attacker, then Moza would be in B tier. Because Moza is Fei Xiao Shadow Guard, so he needs to work well with Fei Xiao. Therefore, the fact that he does work well with Fei Xiao makes a lot of sense. That's why he's in A tier. Meanwhile, Fei Xiao, I think, is either S tier or Chef's Kiss. So let me think about Fei Xiao. Fei Xiao, she is a hunt character. She does single target damage. She does follow-up attacks based on allies attacking. And she also does a follow-up attack when she uses her skill. And she's basically Acheron, but for follow-up attack. And remember when I said that she was afflicted with Moon Rage? And Moon Rage on the end, when enemies have Moon Rage, they gain stacks based off the number of attacks. She has the same thing. And based on what other things I've seen as well, I think she is in Chef's Kiss. Like, it fits her stuff very well. Because she loves a thorough battle. And it very much shows in her kit. Like in her animations and in her kit. Like that freaking smirk when she has her axe behind her back is so good. Or when she's like in her basic attack stance form. It's so good. Anyway, enough about simping for Fei Xiao. Last person, Lingsha. Lingsha has a summon Fu Yuan. I thought she said Bu Yuan in the 2.5 stream. So for anyone in the comments who saw the 2.5 stream reaction, I thought she said Bu Yuan, not Fu Yuan. So yeah, I saw the subtitles now, and and I saw like Molly and some other of the HSR VAs react to the 2.5 program. She said Fu Yuan. The subtitle said Fu Yuan, so it's Fu Yuan, not Bu Yuan. But yeah, Linksha, she has a summon that heals. She is a healer, and she is a healer. She actually heals, unlike a certain fox boy. So she minimum is A tier because she does what she does. And she does the sniffer. Although I'm not sure if I would have went in the direction of her being like doing damage. Like I feel like she scales off of attack. So I'm not sure if I should put it in B tier or in like a low A tier. So if she uses her skill, she attacks all enemies and she heals. That's erudition because she attacks all enemies. I believe her ult also attacks all enemies, so some more erudition. She's actually pretty smart. She's very cunning and witty, based on what I've seen from Linksha in the story. So I actually really like Linksha. As for her like talent and like other stuff, I don't know. Well, not talent. As for her her traces, we don't have information on her traces as of this recording. So for anyone wondering, I don't have enough information on the traces, but based on what I know about Linksha's kit from the 2.5 special program, I think she fits decently well in B tier because I think it fits her well, but there may be some things that I may question. So I'm going to put it in high B actually. It was like around the same as Asta. Like I argue low A, I argue B. So I think I'll put her in top of B. Like same with Asta. So yeah. And that is hard to see all of it. Therefore I will do this. And there you go. And that, everyone, is the tier list, in my opinion, how well each HSR character's kits fit into their lore. And I think Hoyo did an amazing job. There are only a few characters that I'm just like, I don't know. Like, Clara is in C, but I can argue B. The only person who I don't like is Judge. Like, how dare he not heal? But yeah, thank you all so much for joining me. And as always, make sure to worry about yourselves and take care of yourselves. Have a wonderful life, everyone. And I'll see you in the next video. Peace.